Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels, our first one back in quite a long time. Actually, the first one that we've run in 2025. And since we did a fairly substantial rebuild of our streaming setup, so hopefully everything works without too much of a hitch. We've done a couple of other streams up to this point with everything else that we've put together, but back to our main show, back to Viewer Levels we go. So we're going to begin with this level from 06I, and it's going to be Crystal Peaks, ascend to the top of the mountain with a propelling bullet. Labeled for experts. I don't know if this is a playtest or just a really fresh upload in a more or less final form, but either way, thank you for offering me first clear on this version, and we'll see if we get it. Okay, so what do we have here? It's 30 coin, and of course we'll jump around up here without hitting too many icicles before we go up the pipe, just to see if there's anything worth checking. I have to get warmed up with my controller again after having neglected it for so long. Nothing. Okay, that's fine. We're checking. Alright. And it's going to be propeller. All these fences tell me that we should see if we'll get something like a cat claw eventually. Whoops, I didn't quite get third spin here. And unfortunately, that is a trap where we don't just get to take damage and double back. So, let's try again. And let's manage our propeller budget accordingly. Oop. There we go. We actually should have hit that one before grabbing new propeller, because now we're going to be in a bit of a trap. That's okay. You know what? We can actually back up here and salvage that position, which is kind of neat. Go. Good thing we do get a second chance at something here. And Descriptivist, welcome. And DBL420, welcome back as well. Is that a different layout for Warp World Bot? Yeah, I'm streaming at a higher resolution now, so we did a few very minor cosmetic changes. I see a pink coin down there, 1 of 5. So yeah, hopefully the layout is still readable. I had to adjust a couple of things and resize a few things here and there, so it's not going to look exactly the same as before. Since I was rebuilding so many things about the stream, considering swapping to another bot at long last, since Warp World has been giving me issues for so long, but we didn't quite make the change because there were some things that I didn't want to change up just yet until we had a little bit more time to work on it. Descriptivist, you're saying the Until Dawn film was kind of perfect. I know nothing about Until Dawn, so I actually didn't know there was a film. So you can tell us all about it if you want. Okay, up here. I just assume it's a horror thing, but that's just from the title alone. Okay. Oh, we totally forgot about the pink coin. Let's go back down so we can loop around and try to get it again. I like how you do have the donut blocks there to give me a second chance at this. Oh, nope, fell off, unfortunately. And if you're down here, well, you do need a propeller to get out. So yeah, we actually do need to descend safely. Otherwise, it is going to be a self-destruct. So yeah, hopefully I can keep up with the chat messages and everything in a timely fashion, because, like I said, I did change everything about my streaming setup, and so I have to get used to clicking in new places and looking at a chat window in a different corner, etc. We'll hopefully not fall too far behind with messages. And nope, we keep getting tripped on the corner. We need to do a slow descent, I think. if we can manage it. Yeah, because unfortunately we do trip up a little bit. You see, we just kind of hold into it. Well, actually, whether we hold into it or not doesn't make a difference. We still just need to not slam into walls on the way down, I think, because if you slam into the wall, you drop immediately. So we just need to not hit the corner. And that's all there is to it. Just not hitting walls. Oh, whoops. Didn't quite make it. And regardless, we're out of charges.
Oh no!
You think it was informed, or rather inspired by Dead by Daylight and Cabin in the Woods commentary on the genre? Yeah. I have a massive blind spot when it comes to horror in general, be it in games or film or literature. I don't really have too much engagement with it myself, so I tend to hear about it secondhand. Other than a couple of the major classics of cinema, of course. You know, I know films like The Shining because I know my Kubrick fairly well, but it's usually because I'm seeking out things by director, not horror specifically. And I mean, there's definitely a massive stylistic vocabulary in there that I haven't necessarily picked up. Just, oh yeah, okay, we need to refresh on that position. Oh, now we lost it, and then unless we can jump up to that other propeller, that's going to be lost. Now, from that position, it actually was theoretically possible to jump bullets up to the propeller refresh, I think, but we just needed to take note of the fact that picking up the propeller gave me 3 additional charges to go back up. And we will, of course, be trying to go for the full coin collection if we can, unless I've missed something already. Oh, there we go. Let's pop this and head up. Now let's not hit the corner. As long as we don't hit the corner, we can float down slowly, and that'll work out. And then that gives you a refresh, and then we go up like that. And then we continue with this jump here, followed by wall jumps. Followed by this one. Oops, not going to get that this time, but hitting the POW. I was actually hoping that zooming up to the left side would get me something, because it seemed very much like that could be a potential coin location. Descriptivist, you're asking, did I see the discovery an ace exploit is present in lost levels, as in SMB2 Japan, and is infeasible in SMB1? No, I have not been up to speed with any of that, so you'll have to listen on that as well. There are 2 coins before the checkpoint. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be 2 and 2 plus a safety. Then if we can expect that. Yeah, it looks like the left side there on the ascent was a very natural place to check, just from the way the dash panel was being set up. Felt like you left that open for a reason. Oh, no. And once again, just didn't quite clip that wall correctly. I mean, you know, we get to slow float down as long as we don't hit walls, so we should actually adjust our wall jump positions whenever possible if we are in the propeller form. Of course, after the first wall jump, we just need to hit the second wall jump at the correct height. Nope, not quite. I was hoping to go for it, but I guess that will not work. Yeah, Descriptivist, thank you for the recommendation of the video about the exploit. We'll look into that when we can. Hope you've all been doing well. This was, for people in North America anyway, switched to pre-order Frenzy Week. I don't know if any of you made any efforts on that score, but if you did, hopefully they went well. Mine went actually very, very easily, and I'm quite pleased. And yeah, I heard that online ordering was an absolute fiasco. As it tends to be. Oh, okay, hang on. You don't get the wall jump if you don't do the long jump spin, actually, it looks like. That's an interesting interaction that I feel like I have encountered before in a maybe more puzzly context, but... Oh. Oh, no, missed it. I forgot that I was out of boost there. Let's go down again and try again. Luckily, we do have a few chances. Yeah, it gives you enough wiggle room to have that one additional boost. Whoops, no. Missed it.
Oh no!
I wonder if we can get the angle we want if we do dash panel to the left. I guess the left side of the screen boundary acting as a wall would naturally curve us up. We'll see how that works out. Okay, let's go for that coin again here, so we don't forget. There were also some coins tucked away in the top right that we hadn't previously checked. We can look at those just to see what's going on there and explore this properly. Oh, missed it. Let's go back down. And Phabiotics, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Whoop. That was a miss.
Oh no!
And thank you for the submission as well. We'll hopefully not take too long to get to it. But yeah, we will have the Switch 2 on launch weekend. The plan is absolutely to stream the Welcome Tour, incidentally. So for those of you who may not be interested necessarily in getting it yourself, or aren't sure if you want to take the risk, there's a pretty high likelihood that I'll get it. Because it's exactly the kind of thing that I do in fact find interesting. Oh, just a little short here. It's okay, let's go back down. I mean, that's the plan. Plans don't always go as planned. As we've discovered all year, because I've been streaming so much less than I intended. Okay, let's get this POW. Let's go left. Oh, there is a coin here. But we would need to come back down here and save that. Nice save. If I do say so myself. There is a warp block, by the way, to get you out of the top left side. That may or may not take you to the same place as when you just progress normally. But I'm going to check it. Because it would be too interesting not to check, unless, of course, we do that and have to reset here again. Luckily, once again, we have to reset. Yeah. Well, let's not... Oh. Get sniped by Peepa, first of all. Oh, we could have actually... No, we do need this for the dash panel and the wall jump. Lincoln Time, welcome. Am I going to stream Kart World? Very highly likely. We'll see how well the multiplayer lobbies work, but at the very least I would think that I'll stream the single-player GP. Just to see everything. In terms of the open world content, we'll see how much I do on stream and how much off. I'll probably not be able to resist playing a fair bit of it off stream when I'm not able to get online, so... We'll see at least partial progression there, I think. But yeah, I do have the Mario Kart World bundle lined up, and so we'll have things ready. Some likelihood that we'll go back to Tears of the Kingdom, actually. I've been looking over where I left off in the post-game 2 years ago. I have a lot of quests still to fill, and I've been looking for an excuse to go back at some point, and so... we may actually do that at full quality Whether we do that right away or save it for much later, we'll determine as the time comes. Very high likelihood that we'll see the new content in Kirby and the Forgotten Land as well. We absolutely loved it when we streamed it here back in 2022. And actually, as far as the Switch 2 expansion or new additions go, that's probably the one that most interests me, personally. That would be the highest priority. Whoops. Okay. We should... I mean, we already have the coin there. We really didn't need to do this. We've just taken a standard exit and assumed that the warp block would take you to the right place. Now we actually have to redo it. Rather senselessly. Small Magic, welcome. Thank you for joining the queue. You think the only option is going right? Well, it's interesting. Oh, I see. Yeah, because it wasn't a propeller from a blaster. It was a propeller that was just placed there directly, wasn't it? I didn't even notice it when I picked it up, so you're right that I actually shouldn't have bothered trying that to begin with. I didn't really notice that, or for that matter, pay attention to your message advising me that that would be the case. That's okay. We'll learn everything the hard way, and let's make sure we actually get that coin. At least we do know that if we do fall down on the way to that one warp block, that we can in fact recover that position heading to the top right instead. Oh, missed. Okay, let's take a fall and back down. You don't see too many levels built around a specific mask. Yeah, we've seen some really good ones, actually. But that's the case with a 3D World masks in general, is that they all seem kind of underused, but the people who know how to use them really know how to use them well. Or at least the ones who come by to my stream. Because we good makers around here, as you all know. And... Nope. Nope. Oh, no. That was a big miss that time. I just...
Oh no!
Long jump by mistake. And Boston Rich, welcome. Thank you for joining the queue. We'll hopefully not set everybody back too long when it comes to getting through the levels today, but as usual, our policy on the stream for those who either have not been here or haven't been here for a while is that if you are in before queue closing, I will get to you, unless some kind of emergency forces me to break off the stream or something. But we will play everybody who's able to stay from this point, so. Oh, just out of reach. We've been wall jumping a little low. I previously wall jumped a little high and hit the spikes rather often, but let's go back this way. Oh, no. Messed up again. Let's just redo it. Yeah, we want to return to this dash panel because we can actually wall jump here properly. We don't really need to hit that one, but we'll do it anyway. Oh, didn't quite hit the panel here. You know what? We'll actually grab that immediately instead of bouncing there again and again. So yeah, we actually managed to get out of here, and it just gets you to the checkpoint flag. And now we have a key door here, which tells me that may be worth returning to after some kind of key hunt. Let's see. Bullet hat down here. Oh, I guess there's a reset here. Let's see why there's a reset here. Probably something to do with the state switch. Just to make sure it runs up properly, we'll... Oh, I see. Because these things are consumable one time. And yeah, Boston Rich. That's why we're the Goat Simulator 2025. Well, glad you think so. And we will try to... Oops. Wall jump up here. So, bullet would take you to the right side towards the tree, but then there's something to the top left as well, so we should explore both directions and see what's going on. Whoops. Oh, nope. Reset. Well, we're at checkpoint at least. But, whoa. Do we... Okay, no, there we go. That's where you pick it up. We didn't even check what's going on with the pipes, did we? Practice. Oh, practice probably. Practice. There's something going on with the crates. Oh, I see. So you practice with the bullets. Why would you need that much practice? Because you need to hit the side there. Oh, I see. Because there's going to be something timing oriented over there. I wonder what the crates are all about, though. Oh, we'll find out. Let's grab this. Whoops. But then would this path give me coins? So we'll see. Oops, we probably didn't want to do that. I feel like we're going to run out of hits here. Yeah, because we needed to burst back to the left side, didn't we? And then... Oh, and we're trapped here now. Okay. Oh, I see. You need to float down to the bullet on that side and then go through. But then, if you're caught on the twister, then would you hit the POW while you're riding the bullet? I feel like that's the implication there. So, you have to bonk the bullet to fall straight down. That's right. Hang on. Oh. Oh, I see, because
Oh no!
that traps you, and so... that's interesting. Well, we'll definitely figure out that side, just to see what's going on. Oh. Oh, no, we ran out of gas there.
Oh no!
That's okay. Let's try again. But there is going to be a bit of a bullet reversal where we go high and then try to drop into the coin on the left side and get back out before we go too low. That looks like it's the case. Whoops. And then now we'll reset here. That's fine. That's actually as good as we could hope for that coin. Okay. Oh. Yeah, well, that's okay because we're going to grab the bullet here. We'll kind of ride near the top, but then the... keep a timing will matter here. And yeah, so this key, because it's the required key, is going to precede the other key coins, as far as I can tell. So let's move on. Okay. I guess we'll have to do that. And then there's a pipe down here. I wonder if it's the practice pipe again, but we'll check it and find out. Oh, checkpoint. Okay, good thing we checked it. Seems like the kind of thing that I would sometimes deliberately not check. So, reserves the coin from the previous segment. That's good. Why can't we just pop these in advance? Hopefully we don't need snowballs or something. Oh. Fell just a little low on that. And then Goomba Hat is going to be there to peel off the mess. And we'll see what else it does. Definitely seems like the implication is to hit these in sequence, but we'll... No, we do actually need to stall with that a little bit.
Oh no!
And just kind of float around until the timing works. Okay, let's just clear space. You know what? We should have actually refreshed here. Well, not like that, but get the idea. Because the idea is that we would have then 3 charges. Here we go. Nope. A little low there.
Oh no!
64, welcome. It's been a long time. Okay. And then let's do this. Nope, nope. Standing too close to this mic there. And thank you so much for adding your code to the queue. Hope you've been busy making. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, so the idea is that you want to retain charges on the propeller so you could time your entry towards the bullet with a bit more flexibility. And yeah, Mail64, I mean, I haven't really been running viewer levels all year, and I haven't been streaming much at all in the past few months due to a number of different issues. The first one being that there was the whole situation with VOD storage on Twitch, where I had to back up everything on YouTube. Whoops, should not have collected that this early. Let's go down and refresh. Nope, we're going to be stuck here. That's okay. Same idea, starting a checkpoint. Yeah, so I pretty much had to take about a month off stream just to get the video storage situation sorted out and back up my entire stream archives onto YouTube. Which I might as well post the link. Those who don't already have it, VODs have moved there now. That is now our new long-term storage. I have actually no, I have 3 videos to re-upload due to fixing some muted audio on Twitch, but other than that, it is complete. As complete as it will be in terms of saving everything that was previously already saved on Twitch. Oh. Didn't quite get over. And then I was off for a little bit of travel. In the meantime, I was actually also refreshing the entire technical setup of this stream quite a bit, so you should see everything now at much higher quality. And no more of those pesky audio issues that we used to have all the time. And really just getting all the ducks in a row in preparation for some higher quality streaming as we enter the Switch 2 era very imminently. But yeah, the intention has very much been to get back to a full schedule. And I've been saying that for weeks, but we're only now beginning to do it. Oop, that was a bad idea, but it paid off. Nope, it did not pay off. Okay, spoiler alert, it did not pay off. Wait a minute. Yeah, define doesn't work if you try to put in an integer there. I actually just looked that up in a parser to see how it would handle it, and it definitely threw an exception at me. It took exception to your request. Pitch shifter, welcome. But yes, we do have the define bot back as well. We have the dictionary bot up and running. Mail64, you utterly flubbed the Switch 2 pre-order. That's unfortunate. I hope you still have some options available to you. I feel like the anti-scalping measures from Nintendo themselves are going to be better than people think. I actually am feeling quite optimistic about their queue system for those people on Nintendo Switch Online long term, which is practically all of us here in Mario Maker. And I actually do think they'll come through. Now, I was originally going to rely on that, but then I realized how easy doing just an in-store order would be where I live, and then I kind of made the snap decision like 4 hours after the store already opened, and still managed to get a very easy walk-in pre-order in, just, you know, 5 minutes spent in queue. Whoops. And so I ended up having a very smooth time with it, and I now don't have to fret too much about whether Nintendo's internal system really will come through, although I still need it to order a few things that will be Nintendo exclusive. Notably, I will be looking for a second dock, and probably the GameCube controller. Not even for playing the GameCube games on Switch 2, actually, but because having a Bluetooth-enabled official GameCube controller with the original layout is going to be fantastic for some things that I prefer to play on Dolphin, so... Yeah, I think for those people who are in the situation of having the 12 months of NSO, for those of you who have systems that are registered for North America anyway. Mail64, I don't remember what your situation is, because I know that I don't remember if you had a European or a North American account, because I know you shuttled between them as regions. And yeah, if you don't have ready car access, obviously that's a big limitation. But yeah, it seemed very much like the online situation was a bit of a nightmare. But like I said, for people who meet the NSO requirements for North America, the 12 months subscribed and the 50 hours played, I think it's going to come through. From the kind of wording that they've had, where they don't expect to fulfill everybody by launch, that seems to be a general warning for the people who do not necessarily have priority, because the people with priority will get their 72-hour window to order before it opens up to anybody else, right, from what we know. And I actually think that's pretty well thought out, and that requirement is pretty reasonable. I mean, very unfortunate for anybody who just decided that, you know, they were lapsed from Mario Maker and suddenly canceled their online subscription for a brief period. Whoops, I totally missed.
Oh no!
And yeah, Breath of the Wild made sure you were about 50 years ago. I mean, as long as you actually remember to turn on your telemetry. And I actually had to double check mine, because for most services I use, I do not send any kind of telemetry to the whichever service is requesting it. But with Nintendo I do, because it actually... Well, I mean, you've got the things like the playtime summary at the end of the year. You've also got things like the features in the Music mobile app, where it actually creates a list of games that it recognizes you have played, for instance. Where it generates playlists based on your playing history. And then I'm sure that with the new Nintendo Today app that has just been launched, that there will probably be some further customization based on account playtime as well. Where I actually feel like I get some value out of Nintendo knowing my playtime information, whereas with most services I really don't think it's going to amount to anything other than more ad spam, right? So... Oh, whoops. I hit that by mistake.
Oh no!
And yeah, Link in Time, you're always subscribed because of Mario Maker. And like I said, I think people in Mario Maker specifically are probably disproportionately going to be in a good situation when it comes to the Nintendo ordering system. And yeah, I still want my ordering ticket off of them, because I know that getting official docks by themselves was already a bit of a nightmare on Switch 1, and it will be even worse in Switch 2, because it has so many added peculiarities like the cooling fans, etc., that I'd rather not rely on third-party docks to replicate. So I remembered how bad the dock situation was. I expect the situation with the GameCube controller to be bad as well, because there's, among legacy controllers, so much demand for it. Especially from people who still play games like Melee, for instance. that I kind of expect that it will be one of the harder Nintendo controllers to get when it comes to them keeping enough in stock. So yeah, you're never unsubbed because you're not yet finished with your Super World. Exactly. And well, we'll be there to play it when we've deemed it complete. Whoops, we need to really work on that timing.
Oh no!
Yeah, thank you for waiting, everybody in queue. As you know, I've been on this level for a bit, but we are getting there, and we're nearly to the end of this section, and there's one more pink coin plus a safety to take care of. By the looks of it. Okay, finally. No, I'm still a bit low there every time. We just are dropping into the wall jump a little bit low. You do need to drop in order to get a wall jump, but I'm boosting out of the second wall jump on the right side too soon. And if I'm boosting that soon, then I'm coming in too low against the skip squeaks. I could do a turn back to correct, you're absolutely right.
Oh no!
In A Link in Time, you finished your Super World in December 2023, and it was such a relief. I've got to make a note of that and put your code in the Discord, perhaps, because I'm always queuing up more Super Worlds for when I can get around to them in the future. Last year, for instance, I kind of did a big Super World catch-up for a few weeks. I probably won't be able to do one until a bit later this year, because with everything with the Switch 2, etc. But we plan to do more Maker catch-ups at some point. And I've been stashing codes for that kind of thing. Making open levels made you more forgiving on Mario Kart World's track design, yeah? I mean, I haven't really looked at the track design at a very granular level yet, but obviously I think it's going to be having a fairly different feel just because of the 24-player capacity and the way everything is laid out for the off-road interconnections. Neil64, funny that your burst in creativity happened exactly when I was out. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm back and we've got lots to catch up on and lots of things to pick out in each route, I'm sure. So, supplies me with content for a while. I'm not going to complain about that. No, still too low. I'm trying to get a much firmer wall jump before I boost on the right side there. And like you said, I should actually turn back and do a second one if I'm coming in that low. But then to turn around, I'd probably end up dropping a bit as well, so... yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm kind of glad that, you know, an actual single-player experience is coming back in any form for really the first time since the DS, if you think about it. Okay, so we got a reset over here. We finally got through that segment. Now, this gave me an extra boost here. Now, it looks like it's probably one where you have to circle around. I do see some spikes up top, though, so why is that? And we can't actually jump up through that. It's going to be taking a bullet up top and looping it down here and then boosting to the right side, I'm sure. We probably shouldn't have expended this one here already because we'll have to catch this one and miss. That's okay, reset. Or not. Yeah, I'd totally forgotten about that element of Mario Kart Wii, actually, with the online events. It's been so long since I've looked at Mario Kart Wii. Also, I do have to say that Wario Coliseum from the GameCube still feels conspicuously left out after all these years. It's the one track that I really hoped would make a comeback at some point, and I thought it would make a lot of sense with the anti-grav mechanics and how courses were remade in Mario Kart 8, that it seemed like such a natural fit, but alas, still no sign of Wario Coliseum. Okay, see, why can't it go that easily all the time? Okay. Oh, well, that was terrible, and so was that. You said at least we're finally getting N64 Wario Stadium, yeah? It's funny because every time I see DK pass from Mario Kart DS, it still feels strange to me to see people driving through it forwards. Because I just remember all the time I spent driving through it backwards in mission mode.
Oh no!
It still does not feel right to drive through it forwards. Mario Kart 8 was a missed opportunity for including all Rainbow Roads. I mean, it got reasonably close. I do love what they did with the Rainbow Road 3DS, actually. Decoratively speaking, that was one of the prettier remakes, I think. Okay, let's not completely flip it this time. We completely flipped it this time. Let's reset it. I'm glad that one had a reset because it needed a whoops. And then, actually, from resetting, because there are no vines here, we should actually still have that open. Because in 3D World, there's no way to respawn the bricks. Interestingly enough, I'm thinking of just tapping this right now. What would happen to tap it right now? Well, I mean, you would lose access to that brick down below, though, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Oh. And of course, that broke. Oh, wow. Totally miscalculated my trajectory off that tree. Yeah, I haven't looked through a lot of the footage of the new tracks, or the remade tracks, in that much detail just yet. I know there's a lot of preview footage floating around from all of the Nintendo preview events. The one thing I did take note of was how someone mentioned that the Boo Cinema track is actually surrounded by the entirety of the Ghost Valley courses from Super Mario Kart. That's actually the surrounding territory, is that Ghost Valley was kind of completely remade that way, which was kind of a nice way to incorporate Super Nintendo tracks that probably couldn't stand on their own. That tree got me so many times. Oh, yes, it did. But yeah, Airship Fortress was always a highlight of DS as well, what I recall. But yeah, I think Mario Kart World and the kind of continued presence of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe are actually going to complement each other quite well. So, why don't you take our time with that first and, well, except we spawned that Peepa now from hitting one block just the wrong way. And still managed to escape. Happy that they gave Boohema some love in that track, that's right. I think people have difficulty remembering things from NSMP2 simply because that game seemed like it brought the least to the table when it came to the mainline Mario series. That it's, in some ways, it's difficult to remember what it did add because it seemed to add so little. Oops. That is a very good point about the Behemoth. Come on. One more. There we go. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, Mail64, I actually bought Impossible Pack as one of the last things I got on the 3DS eShop before it came down, and I still haven't gotten around to playing it. In fact, I should go back to work on Impossible Pack at some point, because as far as official Nintendo Mario content goes, where 2D Mario is one of the few things I've missed. Okay, got rid of those at least, and then... Oh, nope. Bad. Okay, let's roll down here, and let's jump off this way. And redo this bit. Nope. No.
Oh no!
There's so many opportunities to recover there, too. We just flubbed all of them. I was actually replaying quite a lot of 2D Mario before Wonder came out. It was earlier that year that I returned to NSMB DS for the first time in an eternity, and there's a lot it added to the table, actually, that never really came back. A lot that it was experimenting with at the time. It's a very oddball game in 2D Mario terms in ways that were never followed up, and
Oh no!
especially with playing with a lot of things that broke away from the strictness of the Mario placement grid, I would say. You know, trying to really take advantage of the fact that it was finally in 2.5D and trying to stretch out a bit. I think in some ways there are some things about NSMB DS that look more innovative now, specifically because we know in retrospect they weren't carried forward. And so we haven't just become accustomed to them as part of standard NSMB Mario vocabulary. Okay. But then what happens if I come back here and grab another propeller and take it through the box with me? Probably no change. I bet you just get a propeller right away. Oh, it gives you a bullet right away. Okay, that makes sense then. And then this would boost you up. But if it boosts you up, then what we want to do is probably turn around and go left and then boost right once again to get on the... Oh, oh, no. No, that's a problem because you can't actually redo it from there. Okay. Alright, so you'd actually need to ride it a little bit higher and then... I don't know if... Maybe wall jump off the dash panel, then reverse to the right. And head towards the question block. I think we do have to take a death here, though, so...
Oh no!
And of course, we are still missing one of the optional points plus to safety. Yeah, I'll have to return to NSMB2 at some point. I mean, I remember that it's a perfectly competent game. It's just that it has a problem with not bringing that much to the series and being the most iterative it felt at that point. And it also had a problem with being launched in such close proximity to NSMB Wii. Sorry, NSMB U, rather. Which actually hurt NSMB U and the Wii U in general quite a bit, I think, reputationally. No. Their timing's totally off with that. Oh, let's go for it now. Okay. There we go. In general, that whole section is a lot smoother than it used to be. Oh, whoops.
Oh no!
That was a bit of a reading chat death. I just slid over the door a bit. Yeah, Mill 64, I think the thing about NSMB Wii is that one's memories of it are going to differ quite a bit depending on whether you actually got a chance to play co-op and understand just how revolutionary the 4-player co-op felt at a time and what a huge leap forward it seemed to be. And I mean, with both that game and SMBU, the first time I did 100% completion on either of them was entirely in co-op. Actually true of 3D World as well, in fact, now that I think back to it. And you're just not going to get the same impression of those games if you only played them single player, in terms of what they added and how the level design took all of that into account. Whoops. Yeah, well, I mean, 2-player is still, you know, the co-op experience, right? It is still something that is kind of a noticeable jump from what we had in the Mario series previously. I can't believe I just overshot that tree. I think NSMB Wii also benefited from having such a strong Bowser's Castle finale. Probably the strongest in the series, in fact.
Oh no!
It was one of those games where it just left a very powerful last impression. Or at least, you know, pre-credits impression. Not really last impression if you're continuing on to World 9, of course. But oops. There we go. Have to knock on that door twice. Oh. Yeah, the Bowser Castle chase at the end of Wii is, I think, a lot of people's favorites. Okay, we'll pull it right away. Now we're going to wall jump off. No, we can't wall jump off the left because there's an icicle there. Oh, no, that doesn't get you high enough. Okay. Yeah, so you do need to wall jump off the dash panel, I think. Just given the height check there, even if you do get picked up by the twister, it doesn't get you high enough to get over that additional tile. So I think it is going to be wall jump followed by right side continuation. Zero 06I said something about the fourth coin being to the right of the wall gems. We'll keep an eye out for that. Oh, with that icicle. Yeah, there's an icicle drop there. I see it.
No!
I didn't even think about that because I didn't pay attention to the top right icicle drop, but I absolutely see it now. Now we can take it even longer to get through this room. Nope. The thing is, you'd have to do maybe a few different wall jump reversals just to do that quickly while the icicle is still down. You think the twister does get you up about that? Okay, yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen it, but maybe I was coming in at a rather oblique angle. Whoops. Once again, thank you to the patience of everybody watching. We've been really taking our sweet time with this one. Whoops. I will try to give every level in the queue the same treatment and thoroughness. Oh, no, didn't quite make it.
Oh Oh no!
Bonafide Pirate, welcome. A Link in Time, you said that you do like how there's some continuity with the NSMB final bosses, with DS and U having Bowser and Bowser Jr. together. Yeah. It's kind of interesting how much the 2D series really kind of established Bowser Jr. as a character to stay compared to his presence in Sunshine, where you know, I think Sunshine wasn't the best start for the character, all things considered. Even if he does play such a major role in it. But it's one of those cases where once Nintendo gets around to giving certain characters enough to do, and then they become ever more endearing. I feel that way about Toadette, actually, where she was very much just spin-off fodder for the longest time. And it was kind of striking to encounter Toadette's very small scenes in A Thousand Year Door, for instance, and realize that those were actually only her second ever appearance after Mario Kart Double Dash. That at that point she was very newly introduced and was practically in there as a Double Dash cameo by the reception of the day. Okay. No, we missed the coin. Okay. Or did we? No, the coin is in this segment. Yeah, it's the... Or, no, it's in the previous segment. I completely missed it. That's good. We'll practice this part anyway, since we're here. I might go back to grab the coin, but we need to map this out regardless, so... one moment. Okay. No. I think we're actually supposed to catch Twisters a little lower. If I'm catching them that high, then they're not giving me enough of a push because we don't have enough of an intersection with them, if I understand that correctly. Yeah, there are some finales for each of the worlds in Wonder that feel a little bit unfinished, I think. The way that World 3, for instance, just kind of ends. Oops.
Oh no!
Okay, let's do this. I do like the Bowser sequence in Wonder as well, though. Probably because it's so much in keeping with the game itself, where... You know, of course the Bowser fight would also be a bit of a rhythm game. We're not getting another bullet now, are we? I guess not. No, there's no way we can reach that with what we have here.
Oh no!
Okay. Okay, that timing been working out slightly better at least. Nope. Busted it.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, the whole 3-hit boss design in 2D Mario, I think, has typically struggled to differentiate itself. I think a lot of the best Koopaling fights I've seen have actually been in Maker, and to be quite honest.
Oh no!
But that's because, you know, you see so many variants on the Koopaling fights in Maker that people have just built all sorts of rooms around the individual mechanics, right? And you don't get a chance for that kind of variety in a standard Nintendo game where you only see the Koopaling moveset expressed in one place in the entire game for each character. So, really just a
Oh
bit of a
no!
lack of opportunity in that sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess in classic DKC, the bosses were just in their own segment anyway. In retro DKC, which I think has some really interesting bosses, particularly the chicken robot returns, which stands out to me. I remember thinking that with Tropical Freeze, actually, the one issue I had was just some of the hitboxes on the bosses being occasionally unclear. One of the only criticisms I have of Tropical Freeze, in fact, was that some of the boss hitboxes do tend to take some getting used to. Whoop. Oh, no, that wasn't a problem. See, that's what happens when you don't clear the Goomba head on your way up, the way you're supposed to.
Oh no!
A Link in Time, you're asking, if we get a Super Mario Maker 3, do you think they'll add Wonder as a style, or will they take away at least one style too? I don't think they're going to take away anything as big as a style. I do think that some other things might be in for a big revamp that will differ from Maker 2. Particularly with the way that things like night themes are handled, for instance. We could see a change up with that, for instance. I think we'll definitely be losing some things that we take for granted in Maker 2, for sure. There will be some concepts and setups that will absolutely break and cannot be replicated. And that mechanically, Maker 3 will feel like its own game. I don't think it's going to be in the form of taking away something like 3D World entirely. I just really don't believe that would be the case. Okay, after working for that, let's not flub the next part here. Okay, we really should go for... Well, we're not at the dash panel segment yet, but let's do this room and then think about it. No, I think we're absolutely going to be losing something in Maker 3 that will make everybody very grumpy and break all kinds of concepts, but it's hard to predict what that will be. And I also think that for sure Maker 3 will have Wonder. I don't think they ship a Maker 3 without Wonder in some form. In fact, I don't think we'll see a Maker 3 until they figure out how to implement Wonder. Whether it's going to be as its own separate mechanical toolset or something that's going to be retrofitted into the standard styles as we know them. There will definitely have to be some mechanical compromises here and there. Like, you know, for example, how do you handle the spin jump height in Wonder, which differs from the rest of the series in being equivalent to the standard jump height. Okay, let's just go for jump here. Nope, still doesn't make it. I wish we had a retry on the bullet here, actually. I feel like it's a kind of noticeable departure from the forgiveness that the level gives us up to that point, where, you know, you actually do get a chance to earn your way back to a lot of resets for items. And the fact that the dash panel is just slightly out of reach sometimes if you're not boosting, they're exactly right, I think.
Oh no!
It does make me wonder if maybe a second chance at a bullet in the bottom left pit might have been advisable, but that's just the only thing. It just seems to be noticeably less forgiving than the rest of the level up to that moment. That's just how I would put it. You're saying a jump does make it. Yeah, I wonder if it's just something about my habits as a player that are different from what you could have picked up on your own playtesting, where maybe you didn't expect that I would have so much trouble getting up to it.
Oh no!
I kind of get the sense that it might be one of those things where, you know, every player kind of has their own very minute differences in mechanical habits, and then sometimes until you see it tested on stream, you don't necessarily see how someone is going to read something like that, right? Whether they'll treat it as a wall jump or treat it as trying to position better on the twister. Yeah, this drop here is actually easier if you manage to make it to the icicle and coin 4. Okay. Got back there fairly smoothly this time, at least. Nope.
Oh no!
It feels like you have to catch the twisters at a specific tile height. Well, I suppose that's what the arrow is for. Maybe the arrow is telling me the tile height that I'm supposed to aim for. And it should be taken more strictly than as just a suggestion. But I definitely think I'm not necessarily inclined to read the arrow that way until I have
Oh no!
already failed at it, where other arrows and wall jump locations up to that point are not as strict, and so. But I guess it's one of those things that's a little difficult to communicate to the player clearly, in terms of what you need to do in order to catch twisters in the designer intended way. As long as you can get to the dash pads, you're good. Yeah, so if I can salvage that with additional wall jumps, which I nearly did, then that would definitely help. Okay. Are we over? There we go. Oh no, I lost a bullet. How did I lose the... I think I accidentally held jump too long and just boosted into the ice there. That was unfortunate. Yeah, Mail64, I find that when it comes to an Adventure Maker 3, I would obviously like to see how some of the very interactable enemies and mechanics introduced in Wonder would be introduced. You know, the fact that you have things like electrical circuitry, and the fact that you have things like elements like fire interacting in a new way with things like the popcorn enemies, for instance. Or enemies that make platforms to jump on. Or, you know, jumping locations, rather, like some of the birds that slam into the walls. There are a lot of things there where when I was playing Wonder, I thought, this has great maker potential because these are very interactive pieces. And that throughout Wonder, one of the things that's very distinctive about the game is that enemies and objects interact with each other a lot more than they do in previous 2D Mario, but a lot like they do in Maker, and a lot like we tend to think about elements in Maker, where the different parts kind of independently have their own kinds of collisions. But I do kind of agree that when it comes to an Adventure Maker 3, I'm much more interested in improvements to the social and discovery toolset in level curation and sharing, etc. And improvements to a Super World format that is kind of designed and available from scratch rather than patched in after the fact. That I think there's a lot of room for improvement there in respects that are not just adding elements to the palette. How do I was just trying to wall jump this. I wonder why I boosted into it. I think I didn't push into the wall jump well enough here.
Oh no!
And it accidentally read that as a boost. Where I lose the bullet. Okay, I've been on this for about an hour. It's actually not even a mechanically very demanding level. We've just been doing some very silly things. And then, oh no, yeah, you see, just not letting up on a bullet well enough here.
Oh no!
I do think that if something like Mystery Mushrooms would come back in, that would be a very big deal. I do find that after a while you notice how much Maker 2 seems to be missing in terms of cosmetic flexibility, where you have more elements to work with, but there are fewer things you can do with them aesthetically than in Maker 1. And I think that actually did a great deal of harm to the kind of casual traditional base of the game that wants traditional Mario that looks different. And Mario Maker 2 has been very good to us in terms of giving us things that play different, but you can definitely see, especially when going back to Maker 1 content, that some of the aesthetic quality of what people get out of Mario Maker has definitely been reduced. Whoops. Okay, and, well, I ran into Spike, so... Because we got on the dash panel, we just didn't do it very well. I wonder if just a spin high jump could get me up there if I take damage. If I don't need the bullet, maybe I just spin high jump out of there, and then... That's it. Yeah, Link in Time, there were a lot of things like the semi-solid stacking especially, actually. There is a bit of strictness to the logic of how semi-solid stacking works in Maker 2 that
Oh no!
makes a huge difference to what people can do. Pipe stacking was a big part of it too, of course. Even though pipe stacking, you know, you have to have some compromises when it comes to the colored pipe system and other things, but... Also just a flexibility of things like the centering tricks that you could do. I know there are quite a lot of placement tricks in Maker 2 as well, like with track offsets and other things that people have figured out, but... People really squeeze what they could out of Maker 1 when it comes to trick placement, so... No, it's hard to catch that little people location there. Nope. Partly because camera-wise, I can't see them coming. It always feels a little blind when it comes to timing here because I can't see them sweep. You see? Like when you're at this top position here, when you jump off the tree, you actually cannot see where they are in the cycle, and so you kind of have to react to it improvisationally. Luckily, you have many tries against that, but that's why I do find that spot a little bit awkward. Is simply because you have to have a little bit of trial and error to see if the Peepa is going to catch you the first time. Alright, we really need to get this. No, I have not been able to catch this even once, so... Well, okay, so if we go into the pipe... Well, why would we? No, the pipe just kind of ejects you out and gets you on the dash panel anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Why don't we just do this? Oh, because we don't catch the propeller on the exclamation block. So can we still get the safety coin or the safety coin door? I'm not sure. Let's check. Yes, we can. Okay, so it doesn't make a difference that we actually used the spin high jump to skip that one spot we couldn't hit. Yeah, if I knew it was disexploitable, we would have just done this way to begin with. But anyway, here is a THX on a bonus star. And again, thank you for the extreme patience of everybody in queue. We will, of course, proceed. Minutes, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Minutes, I don't know if you've already made that trip to the Donkey Kong section of the theme park that you'd been talking about for weeks. I wasn't keeping up with whether it had opened. Anyway, thank you so much for this very, very long run, 06i, and hopefully you're happy with what you saw of the level. There were, one or two spots that we ran into a little bit of awkwardness with, and I, of course, got second clear and a slower clear than Shushiro, who made a run for this while I was working on it so very slowly. Let's mark it as a win and move on. And again, thank you to everyone for waiting. As I said, we will continue with the queue and go straight down the list. Was there any mole in this level? Nope, not to my knowledge. DBL, I still see you here. You might want to check in regardless, but I do see you on the list, so let's just take a look. I'm going to wait to see if they speak up in chat in case they went AFK, but let's at least take a look at the clear rate. Yeah, because I don't know if there's a specific suggestion for what we'll do. Oh yeah, this is a lot of that sort of super, super high precision stuff that we never have any chance of clearing. That's okay. But I'm going to see if I can get DBL to speak up in chat first, because if not, I'm going to maybe bump him back a spot. Because obviously, like, any one of these is going to be a long, long grind. So I'd rather prioritize somebody who is actively here. But next up, if we decide to bump DBL back one spot, is going to be Fabiotics. Seems like they should be here. Yeah, Fabiotics just said GG, so we'll do yours first, actually. We'll see if DBL actually comes back. When I see people who are kind of on the online list on Twitch and they might just be AFK, I just tend to rotate them back a spot. But we do want to prioritize people who are here, so we'll give them a second and final call after that. So Fabiotics, thank you for floating around so long, and we will give you the next spot here. Red Plumber. Search to progress. Red coin is a true ending. Investigate and never give up. Yeah, thank you for offering me first clear on this one as well. Let's see how it goes. And yeah, Lincoln Time, you have a good night as well. Lively Mario discussion as always. Alright, we have a couple of pipes, we have a key door, we have a single coin that may or may not be related to the key door. Let's move the camera up and see what's going on with the blaster. Let's just check each pipe. Even as I'm doing well, we haven't really been able to stream that much recently, but I am obviously back today. We do not have wall jumps in this style, so let's see if there are any blocks that we can hit, like this one. I thought it might be something like that. Now, you'd have to get on the cloud with a series of jumps across here and land up here fairly precisely. Either that or you stomp through. But let's jump around and see what might be here. This looks like it might be a bit exact. I wonder if that's reachable in a way that is safe. Might not be. We'll experiment a bit and see what happens. Right, you're saying you're going to Epic Universe on opening day. I couldn't remember if the opening day had happened yet. And Shushiro, welcome. Congratulations on sniping that clear on 06i's level before I got to it. Or rather, before I finished it, because I spent so long messing around with the propellers. through here. Hows. I guess you would get under the muncher and then grab the POW on the left side. Then you would need to hit on the right side. But then what do you stand on? That pipe. That's unclear. Well, let's see. Because you would need to smash that whole stack. But then what? I don't see how it continues past that point. Like that, okay. I thought it might be something like that. That's good. Bonus room, or at least sounds like one. We have a spring on-off switch. Well, the Goomba's for throwing. I guess you would throw to catch something. We'll try it with the spring and see what happens. Let's check this thing here, though. Looks like something's supposed to come down. We will toss on the right side. And is it going to walk off? No, it can't because of its placement. What if we toss a second thing? Okay, and then we toss a mushroom, and then we have a mushroom, and then that allows me to break through some blocks. But then we didn't hit the on-off switch. Why would we want to hit the on-off switch? Not sure, but I guess we'll have to figure that out as we go. It was an unintentional sniping shot. No, that's okay. Congratulations all the same. We really don't mind. Oh yeah, totally went just off the wall here. We should have just dropped it. Straight drop. That seems like it was a mistake. Except I can still go down. Oh, okay, no, one-way panel fixes that. Do I get to use this as a shell? Interestingly enough, you can totally shell jump this. If you're crazy enough to try. It's a puzzle level, or so it says. Of course we're going to try to shell jump it. And then, interestingly enough, you could probably continue this way as well. Okay, never mind. But we can toss this one. Oh, except we lost the shell that is the shell that spawns in that position. You know what? I guess we can't do that. Alright, fine. But then did I trap myself? I feel like I locked myself, actually, because of the way I trapped that shell up there and can't get a respawn on it. But then I guess I can just take a dive. It's not really a lock, per se, but... Oh, actually, this goes up. Never mind. Let's do this just to... Oh, never mind. We've definitely messed around with this layout quite a bit, but I'm sure we're still fine once we go down here and maybe... We're not within any kind of respawn range. Ah, we do have the second shell, but the thing is, the first shell is still trapped, and so we can't actually get it. If we get a hold of the lower shell, I suppose. Uh-oh. Except at this point, I would need to take damage and lose the helmet. That's okay, we don't really need the helmet necessarily. I definitely made this more complicated than I should have, I think. Because I want to grab that. Okay, that actually works. That actually works just fine. And then what we're going to do... Whoop. This is going to be a problem because of that shell potentially... You know what? We're going to move this so these shells don't kill each other. Oh, whoops. Now that we know that blue pipe is actually a second shell spawning pipe, I feel like maybe this is actually what we're supposed to do. Nope. Hang on. Oh. Let's grab that. Make sure we have the correct shell so we don't have problems. We're way out of practice, as you can see. Oh, we're gonna lose it. That's okay. Same shell, so just take it. Until we time out, of course. Okay. You know what? We'll dump this one. And hopefully get a second one. From being out of range. Oh, no. Can we get a second one here? I guess the other one's still rolling around. We should have done a spin jump on it to kill it, actually, so. And we'll reload it up top. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh. I was hoping to get within range of... Nope. Come on. Gel, there we go. Nope. Oh, we killed everything. That's okay. That just means that we'll get more spawns. I feel like we're probably missing something, just like an invisible block or something. That would make this very simple, but... That was not simple. Well, let's just mop this. Nope, come on. Nope. Likely as not, we'll hit timeout, but we'll see what we can do to get upstairs here. There we go. And then, what do? We will just continue. And then we got another bonus from here. Okay, that's interesting. We have 50 seconds to figure this out. Let's grab Yoshi first. And I guess we'll just keep Yoshi because we didn't have an on-off switch here. We don't know what this hits here. We probably should have checked. 30 seconds. Well, here's Bowser. And then, well, I mean, we've only got so much time to figure this out. Got a key. We might as well exit this way and see what happens since we only have 20 seconds to work with. There's a lot up top that we didn't see. And this traps you up here. We did not get the pink coin ending. Oh, feather, really? Well, we don't have anything like that, so... Just gonna have to gun it. And nope, we do in fact need a feather. But we had to try something with 9 seconds remaining, so... Well, if we hadn't taken so long, let's do red pipe first because we didn't see it. There is some alternate route eventually as well if we have a P-switch over here. Oh, P-switch is down there, okay. Yeah, the idea is that you arc down here if you want to do it, and then you go up and hit the P-switch, and then you're through the yellow pipe. We can try it a few times. I find the other route might be more forgiving, perhaps. Oh. Yeah, if you go directly there instead of going to the top block, then you're in much better shape. Oh, there's no platform here anymore. Okay, yeah. Didn't even think about that. But you can clear the blocks that are low. And that is itself something potentially useful. Okay. It's kind of interesting that this level accommodates so many different playstyles in some ways. Okay. You know what? Oh, no, bad idea. Maybe we're supposed to do a jump over from lower right to lower left. I'm just wondering if that would make it. I couldn't quite get out from what we were seeing. I guess you would arc over that once the P-blocks are out of the way. And yeah, Boston Ridge, if DBL doesn't check in on the second try, we'll skip and then you'll actually be in second position. Oh, whoops, missed it. That's okay. If we missed it, we can just continue. But then the fact that we can continue here upon missing tells me that maybe that's the superior route. But we'll come here and try some new things regardless. Oh, we released too late. Need to catch that a nice smooth jump over that gets you over to the munchers on the right side. But we'll try this route as the first resort, since we know that this allows you to swap to the other route with a drop. Yeah, there we go. Wasn't that bad, actually. Oh, this just spits you right here. Okay, but that's faster, by the looks of it. We've seen this room before, but this does it faster. Now, that's a yay, but then why? Because we don't have the mushroom. We don't have... I think it would have been better to get a second trampoline first to then have the on-off switch. Well, I guess you'd be choosing between on-off switch and mushroom regardless. So, let's take the lower route. Ah, yes, okay, this is the lower route. I guess then at this point you would then just try to jump. Well, we're making much better time than before, but the difference is that we don't have the mushroom. We also have the P-switch here. I wonder what that does. I don't think I'm misreading this when I'm seeing it as a shell jump, unless we're just missing invisible blocks somewhere. Like right here where the arrow is pointing or something. No. I feel like this is a shell jump segment. Improbable as that may be. And so yeah, the difference is that we have the on-off switch, but not the mushroom, which is going to affect the next 3-block bonus room, like this one. Now, that's interesting. Oh, yes, it gives you access then to 2 Goombas. Now, let's see if this hits anything. E. There we go. And we'll get Yoshi as well. I feel like Yoshi is going to be a more flexible choice. I can't quite get the mushroom. We do need no, we don't need a feather because we'll have access to a key door, like what we saw much earlier. Now, we know that there's a POW that's available up here for a quick kill. Let's check up here just to see what else there is. Nope. Oh, bad. Okay. But then we now know a fairly direct route to get here. There's also a key door underneath, as you'll see. But we don't want to spend that key yet, because I feel like we actually want to keep it for the part before the big feather gap that we could not cross. Whoops. That's a nope. That's okay, we'll just continue this way. And do this room instead. It's just a slightly longer road, I guess. You save time by going up top. By cutting out one room entirely. One room with a timing segment. Oops. Oh, no. Bad jump over there. Oops. Yeah, that didn't go well. That's alright. We'll do it this way. At least we know that the routes are functionally equivalent at this point. As long as we don't take forever to shell jump like we did previously. Oh, release slightly late again. That's why it's better to just take the top path and bypass that entirely. Oops. Oops. I wonder if Yeah, I don't think you can get up there. Would crouch jump, like sneak there? I'm not sure. Seems like the hitbox is going to be too tight though. Okay, there we go. Much better. Very smooth, in fact. So we'll go for on-off switch because it gives you the extra Goomba later on, which is useful. However, why wouldn't we just go spring plus Goomba to hit this with a spring instead? Why wouldn't we do that? Either way is functionally the same. It's just that you have the mushroom or you don't. I actually wonder if this would have been anything to toss up towards as well, now that I think about it. Because if there's a way to get mushroom plus on-off switching with a particular sequence here, then obviously we should try to take it. This takes you to the upper route here. Oh yeah, no, the other one takes you to the green shell down below, and so this here, well, there's the P switch, which I guess technically gives you a fast route if you can shell jump it, but that's very much at your own risk. And okay, we tried. We didn't die. And then it just gets you down to the helmet anyway. But yeah, if you really wanted to speed through it, then you would actually shell jump through the top and hit a P-switch up there. Oh. Kind of wonder about this other P-switch that's accessible down here, actually, why we would want it. Let's knock both out so we don't need to worry about which shell is which. Nope. Nope. Not quite. Let's knock it out. We'll try not to spend all 300 seconds on this. When it goes well, it goes very well. When it does not, well, we know how that looks. Okay. Can you tell me a mechanics device that doesn't affect puzzles? If you think I'm missing something really obvious that is making me spend way more time than I should, I suppose. But, okay, this is definitely key. We know that. Unless you're just thinking of the spin jumping off the shell giving me enough height. It didn't look like it would give me enough height. But I didn't actually properly consider that now, did I? Okay, we know there's the how here. We'll try to catch Bowser accurately this time. Also notice that if Yoshi captures fire, Yoshi would drop the blaster on top of the P. If you do that, then you're actually just able to get out to the top door directly without killing Bowser. But if we killed Bowser, we get a second key, and that might be much better. So, let's do that. We're not going to take the bottom door. I kind of feel like the bottom door and the top door are joined. However, if you take the bottom door, then you can keep Yoshi, which might be significant. On the other hand, if you just place this over, I wonder if Yoshi can get enough height. Not really. I think we'll actually take the bottom, assuming it joins up to the top, because if you get Yoshi up to that point, then you're able to get fire. Oh, no, it just goes straight up top. Okay, yeah. So normally if you get Yoshi to spit fire to the right side, if you're able to, for example, bounce off Bowser or something, then you would be able to save one additional key and get up here. Assuming that you use the power to kill Bowser still. And when Bowser is grounded. So we can do this. Sting. Well, we'll have to try it. Because we don't have a feather, we have to try it. You don't have to throw the power block directly at Munchers. Oh yeah, because I wasn't sure how the 3-stack was laid out. That's the thing. So we're back to the front. We're back to the start, though, with the helmet intact. So I wonder if that makes any kind of significant difference. Because the idea of this level then is to get up to the point where you can get a feather. And the entire level is kind of built around that. Alright, that's fine. Then in that case, we'll take the lower route, just to ease things up a bit. So eventually we want to hit the right sequence that gives you the feather. If I understand this correctly. Oops. Yeah, because now we know how the doors are matched and how they join. Oh, no, come on. Oh. Yeah, because I guess there's a bit of a mechanical difference between like tight stack and loose stack when it comes to the punches, right? And I guess the offset between the ones here should have given me a clue that it is definitely loose stack because of the way the munchers are not centered. You know, here I can just bump this one indefinitely. And also just bump my head against these, which makes things a little easier. Because then I can cycle around. And now we have on-off switch, and we have spring. Oh, I see, because here, if you spawn into this room with on-off already set, then you get the second Goom, which you can carry forward with you, incidentally, if that matters. Kind of feel like maybe if we get it a step here. Nope, nothing. But we can carry a spring into a future room with us. Because we don't need to hit anything else, right? So now what if we just take it here? Oh. Well, then we can just take it up top. And if we hit the P-switch, then we're able to loop back around here and grab the spring. And that's going to be a notable difference. We still do not have anything like a feather, though. However, we should grab Yoshi. We don't need the second mushroom. Oh, well, no, we can't grab Yoshi anymore. Okay. Which means we can't have a second mushroom, perhaps. Now, interestingly enough, a door under Bowser is already going to be unlocked. So we can just take this. That still doesn't help me when it comes to getting a feather, though. Because this blocks off. That still doesn't help me. In fact, we're just going to be dead if we come into this room in this state. Given that this creates a blaster block up top, if you've already hit that door. So you're only allowed to loop back once, then. So one thing we never interacted with was using the key under Yoshi. So you need a feather here. So we still haven't figured out where the feather will be. Yes, and that's the main thing that we're missing. We mapped out quite a lot, though. So you definitely have to loop back into this sequence. I think that's for sure. But there's a particular sequence that's going to give you a feather to appear eventually, maybe as a progressive power-up even. If, for example, you take a mushroom and then loop back to the first mushroom room, it's plausible to me that that could actually be progressive. Where if you get a mushroom in the second item box room and you loop back to the front, then if the first mushroom is actually secretly a progressive mushroom to feather, then that would be how you get a feather. We already know that the second one is definitely just a mushroom because we've been there in a mushroom state, so that's the one thing to check, is that we want to loop back to the front using the second mushroom, not the first. And we'll have to do that rather than using Yoshi. And we save Yoshi for the later segment, so maybe we can perhaps, you know, even fly with Yoshi to the exit once we do get a feather, and then hop off of him the usual way. Although we'd get a longer distance if we just fly the cape. We'll have to map it out. I feel like Yoshi's actually definitely for the fire spit, so we can preserve a key. It seems to be the most plausible use of Yoshi. We need to get these jumps straightened out first. But yeah, it seems to me that the most plausible candidate for the feather is actually the first mushroom. We'll check it. I might be wrong, but we'll check it. So we don't want to grab mushroom in this one. We want to grab the spring plus on-off, or just on-off? Just on-off is fine. Just no difference. Actually, yeah, the difference is we don't want to hit this because we want the spring to be available on the second round. So we want to remember, now that we know that we have to loop around things twice, that the second round might actually be relevant. Likewise, we don't want to hit this P-switch. It would just respawn, so maybe we can. And we'll just pass by here with P already activated. Although it means that we don't have a helmet going into this room, which may or may not make a difference. I'd say we definitely get a key, we definitely get a mushroom. So, main thing is that we don't have a helmet because of the way we skipped the previous room. But then we save time on the shell jumps and the like, so maybe not a big deal. Now, we do need to get through Bowser, hopefully without losing... oh, we'll get a helmet here anyway. Now, interestingly enough, with Bowser, we can actually kill him with shells. With enough shelling. Oh, hang on. Nope, and then lost that. That's okay. Well, let's keep the mushroom as much as possible. That should be the priority. I want to get a second key off him because we need it to loop back. Oh. Okay. Oh, nope. Hang on. Grab a helmet. Yeah, we absolutely have to get the second key, otherwise we can't loop. Okay, good. Now, interestingly enough, is there a shell jump spot here that we can reach? Possibly, and if we do, then we can preserve one additional key. I don't know why we would. If we can get that angle. We can't quite get that angle. Let's not lose the mushroom, that's the most important thing. Yeah, I don't think this will quite give me the bounce that I need. Nope, let's, again, not lose the mushroom. Actually, I wonder if just a straight jump... No, we know we test out with Yoshi. I feel like the curve here actually prevents me from doing it this way. But then what would we want the third key for if we do have a third key available? Maybe we don't need it, but it does make me suspicious because we know that... Oh, you know what? If you come here with a feather plus Yoshi, then Yoshi is able to get through the top gate using the method that we'd already established with the... But then what would you need that when you've already opened this door down below? You know what? Let's take a shell with us. I don't think we need it. Oh, without Yoshi, you can't actually get high enough and to the next key now, can you? That's a bit of an issue. How would you get up there? Can the spin give me enough height? Oh, the block gives me enough height. Look at that. Shows me the flower, and we know that. Maybe we shouldn't have hit that, because then... No, because it's actually the spike ball that affects the spawn block on the blaster that blocks this door. So this is okay. So we're actually in fine shape. We don't need to P-switch side. We can, in fact, just cut through the yellow blocks here this time to drop down the quick way. Without doing all the jumping on this side. Let's be careful here and not step over there. Oh, okay, that's fine. That works. Okay. Oh, let's not lose everything. And let's just... Oh, you know what? We could have killed this Muncher when it was grounded as well. Oh well, that's fine. We have the helmet. Now, if I'm correct, we should be able to get a feather off of the middle block. What we'll do is we'll try it, and guess we'll find out. Yes, that's exactly it. That's very satisfying, actually, that I managed to think through that and figure it out and actually see it happen. That was exactly the kind of thing we'd like to have happen. Okay, let's not tie to that. Let's go around and make sure we get the spring on the way out. Now that we're here, we're able to grab Yoshi. Let's not lose the spring. I feel like we want it because the spring is going to let me get Yoshi above Bowser in the next segment. Not that we need to, because we do have the key door open down below, as we saw. So we'll actually get Yoshi to carry this. Nope, nope. Hang on. Okay, now this is gonna be a mess. You know what? Let's just go to get the POW. And take him out. We already have the key off him, so we don't really need it. Okay, that was nearly a miss. But we could have gotten more helmets anyway, so that's fine. What are we even holding with Yoshi? Shell. You know what? We'll take spring. And we already opened this door, so we might as well just take it. So we didn't, in the end, really need to use the fire and ice interaction down here to open up the P-switch, did we? But we'll see if we actually needed a P-switch active in this room, because if it turns out we needed a P-switch active in this room, the way to do it would be to activate a P-switch using the fire drop. Now, I hope we didn't just need to fly all the way over without Yoshi. There we go. Oh, so we actually need a few things to get over into spring. That's not going to be enough. We actually need something else. No, we don't, because Yoshi can do this in Super Mario World. However, we didn't find a pink coin. So not the true ending, but we will not do it today. But I actually do want to keep in mind that we have not done a true ending, because I want to mark this as something that we want to come back to find it. Thank you for offering me the first clear. That was actually very satisfying to do and figure out. I still can't really determine if the shell jumps were actually required or if we just missed something, because of course, like, that would be something technical that puts this level out of reach of people who cannot do that. Although they are all in places that are very forgiving about giving you more shells to try again. And of course, they are also skippable if you know a good route to do it. Maybe. I have to think about that, because I think we used the shell jump on the red shell to skip the shell jumps on the buzzy shells, and so maybe that doesn't quite count. But actually, I want to jot down this code, because when we have something like a puzzle day, I might try to go back for true ending. So, yeah, save any spoilers, that's a great idea. But thank you once again for offering the first clear, and that was a great deal of fun. And we even did it in time. I wanted to look at the creator clear time and more info, but I kind of don't want to spoil the layout for myself if there is information that would give away about the Bitcoin. So, second and last call for DBL. If DBL is not here, we will move on to Small Magic next. So yeah, DBL I think just dropped the code and left. But I can't quite tell because I do see them on the Twitch list. Now, regardless, we do 2 calls for people, so if they want to resubmit, that's fine. I know that DBL's levels are things I have no chance of clearing anyway. Usually would just try to, you know, get through even 1 or 2 steps of the super precision requirement, so it's all right by me. And thank you for staying, those of you way back in queue. I know I've been taking very long per level, but this is going to be a 27-second win speed run with a fairly high clear rate, so maybe this one will be comparatively much faster. I always feel kind of bad about making the really short levels wait after the big ones, but if we still had the open data of the old Maker1 bookmark site, it would have been possible to have queues that weight things by clear time and clear rate and so on. Alas, we do not, so let's do it now. That's the thing, having the data be openly available and be much easier to parse by things like Qbots was actually a big thing in Maker1 that people might underrate. Now, there's going to be a particular route that we go to. We do want to hold right away so we don't lose valuable seconds at the start. And we just need to make these jumps, and there will be an on-off switch that loops you in a bit of a figure-8 pattern through the bottom when we wrap around. And actually play in the other wind direction. We hit a bit of a snag there, so we might not make it, but we'll see. It's a high clear rate, so I don't expect it to be unforgiving. But yeah, kind of interesting that because you're doing the figure 8 in both directions, you will have some differences in wind speed. Oh, whoops, didn't really get the rebound correctly there, but again, hopefully it's forgiving. I fired that pretty early, but it didn't matter. We'll outrun with a star. There's a nice little cinematic sequence there, actually, with picking up the star just in time to do the outrun. So, thank you for that, short and sweet. Nice little chaser from the lengthy ones that we did prior to that. And thank you for waiting so long just to see that little miniature get played. And thank you so much for the follow. Also, good test to see if my alerts are working, because, like I said, I revamped my whole stream setup, and we actually did have some problems with the alerts when I first tested them. It looks like we still got a sploosh there, so... Boston Rich, if you are still hanging around, I do see you on the list. We'll at least pull up the level and take a look at the clear rate and such to see if we can feasibly run it anyway. If not, we'll do a bit of rotation. Oh, this is my level, okay. I should have recognized the code, but... Do you actually want to see me do just a quick run through my own level? I can. We have actually done a detailed Maker behind-the-scenes commentary on this before. If Boston Rich is not checking in, though, in the interest of time and in the interest of playing people's levels, I will probably rotate this back a spawn, at least, though. Because I know Mill64 is eager to have a playtest. So if I don't see Boston Rich check in, since this is just my own level and we've recorded it countless times, I will prioritize the viewer submissions instead. I don't mind just commentating my own level through playthroughs. We've had this situation come up before, but like I said, we already kind of have a Maker documentary on this on Twitch and YouTube, so... But I appreciate the suggestion. We'll rotate Boston Ridge back one spot and make sure we do Meal 64's playtest first. I'm quite proud of that level, apart from one spot that was irreversibly janky, but we will take a look at the latest one. Lava World 2. Monstrous Sheep Exploration. And yeah, so we're actually a little behind on the 2 latest drafts that you showed me. You said you'd actually built 3 levels since we last playtested, so I guess this is a test upload. Defeat the Lakes monster in whichever way you can. Let's find a way. Oh. We did not defeat it. In whichever way we could, but we could have maybe handled that situation slightly better. Anyway, that's just a little guy. Just a small fry. We will, of course, run around here. Oh, it's a big sheep. It's a pixel art sheep. And, okay. I actually should have looked at that carefully. Well, you never know. Sometimes people do the offset in the lava to hide secrets. The Firewalker offset. That makes it look like you're just walking on lava. Not something you commonly see in something traditional, but well known enough that it's not unthinkable that... Oh, we already have a mushroom. And this is basically a pachinko machine, I guess. But it seems like everything leads down to these doors, so we're okay. It's the throat, it's the gullet, yeah, I see. Makes me think of the frog boss in Yoshi's Island for some reason. Anyway, let's lower the weight here and then take some bullets up top. Oh, no. Taking bullets rather too literally. Yeah, we just didn't have a very friendly bullet pattern that time. That's okay. Anyway, we don't need that second mushroom, because having already obtained and kept one, we can just down here instead. No particular disadvantage to that. So now let's try to have some slightly better synchronization this time. Whoa, okay. That was quite a bounce. That's a bit of a risk, actually. I was thinking I'd just cut through, but because of the seesaw displacement there over that one tile, that is a kill. I feel like given the seesaw position, there's going to be a little bit of variance to how cleanly the spring falls down onto that position if you do, in fact, get it to come out. So that might be something worth looking at further for consistency's sake. Of course, I haven't seen that enough to know what the intention was just yet. Probably it should have been clear to me that I should not jump through here, but... I guess that would get you up to... no, we don't want to go through there. Now, here's the problem, is that you would need to jump over onto this slot here to catch it. There's a bit of a tight fit. But, oh, I see, because you have enough weight there at that point to lower the gate. That's the intention. That you get on the left side and lower the gate. Because you have the spring weight giving you the displacement that you need. However, if you have not displaced it yet, you can go for the 10 coin on the left side. Because that would be within reach as long as you have not completely dropped the seesaw just yet at that point. Okay. Let's get up here, squeeze in, and then... Yeah, notably this block is off camera initially, so that's something you do need to keep in mind. We'll try not to drop this too far until we actually want to. Yeah, and again, this is a bit of a trap. Like, if you try to go center, it could absolutely kill you. One up over there on that side. That's interesting. I guess if you loop back around after doing the complete drop. Oops. Let's wait for this bullet first. Now we drop that gate. Great. Then now you've got a ramp that's going to hit you right away. Oh, close one there. And I feel like we could have handled that better as well. Similar kind of setup here with dropping a seesaw. Not a seesaw, it's dropping a sideways trampoline towards that position to, once again, act as an additional weight. But it seems like there's more to explore in that area, potentially including wrapping around to the one-up that was on the left side, which we had seen earlier. So let's take a closer look. Yeah. Okay. Let's not get shot in the face this time. And we'll just not slide over too much either. Oh. Crouch jump here would get you over. Also notice that you could actually break this completely. Well, not if the spring is there. I mean, you could have broken this completely earlier, but now we can't. But however, if you have the mushroom here, then you're able to... Oh, 2 springs. Interesting. Okay. You're able to do that. Now, why would you want to drop even more of those? I guess we'll find out. Oh, whoops. Well, now this is going to hold still. Surely we don't have enough weight to displace the seesaw at this point, but let's not mess with the bullets. Oh. Nope. Hang on. Bit risky all over here. Okay, let's see if we get a mushroom off of here. That's important. That might have been a progressive power-up, actually, just knowing the Nil 64 school of Nintendo-like design. And we'll open up that gate. Oh, Potoboo, interesting. Okay. Alright, that should open up the weight plate once we get on the left side. Let's, again, be a little cautious with this potential squeeze here. Because that first one we got squished by earlier did scare us off of that a little bit, I think. A little tricky. I think you need to jump on top of the bullet then as it comes on to the left side. Not much of a ceiling to work with for that, though. And we need more weight, in fact. The Potoboo here tells me that this is a bit of a timing check, actually. And wow, that's dangerous, actually. If you're doing that at exactly the wrong moment, it could put you right in the line of fire. And so that's something we should be aware of. Always feels like we should be busting those from above, not from below, but we'll take a look at that carefully and see. I guess this will eventually be in a super world, hence the utility of the one-ups eventually, someday. Yeah, we don't really need all the additional springs of one-ups, so we'll just skip this well, okay. Guess we won't see what the progressive power-up is. there we go. Let's not get deflected by this. And go down for the mushroom now while we can. I guess if you jump... Well, no, we're just gonna hit the ceiling. Let's just go up here. Yeah, I guess if we jump on the bullets instead, then we can get up to this slot perhaps. And again, pretty dangerous to do that. Especially when you get some bullet positioning that is going to be slightly desynchronized by some of the blaster offsets here and there. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, might as well see what this side is. Oh, just the dangerous part of the pachinko machine. Pachinko throat. Oh, no. I should have known that was coming. Gone through the middle the way we usually prefer to do. Let's wait for this bullet. There we go. You know what, let's just go with mushroom, close shave there. And come through the middle. We'll actually have a bit of a longer reach with the mushroom this time, so. Oh, well, that was convenient. But nearly deadly. Once again, I don't trust the potential squish here to give me enough tile space to work with, which is not the best situation to be in. Particularly as we can't really get a good running crouch jump here, I think. Whoops. I mean, we can try it, but oh, yeah, actually it does give you enough room. It wasn't clear to me because we had that squish death earlier. And yeah, the fact that you just keep getting bounced is a bit dangerous. Oh. I guess we just need to load enough weight. There we go. Wonder if there's anything else from loading the last one. Probably not, so this is enough weight to work with, so let's just keep it and go. Grab that checkpoint. Now P-switch is going to turn this gate into coins. It's going to open up the pipe. It's going to also send something down here. If it's sending something down here, I wonder if over the course of the P-switch timing it's enough to get something like a fast Podoboo to travel. Lock up in that position. Because that's one thing I could imagine this being. Also, we should see what that is. Oh, P-balloon. Okay. Well, that also changes things. Because it's possible to load the P-switch back into this position once you've activated it and grab the coins, and then you can go up to the pipe on the left side. Let's check what everything is first, though. We're going to try the pipe, but the way we'll do it is we're going... You know what? This is a P-balloon we can just bust through. It's an infinite P-switch. And then, oh, that drops. I wonder if you can evade the... Oh, that caught me by surprise. I see. So it was actually built equivalently to the drop down its throat previously, except now you're being barfed up by the Cheep Cheep. Because you are, after all, in the belly. Anyway, you were saying, Mill64, that was somehow necessary. Just standing on top of... Or rather, on the tip of seesaws should have been enough to clear the path. Huh. I guess we didn't spend enough time trying to weight that down. Okay. So we can go for the... Oh, okay, no, I see. So it's a progressive P-balloon. We didn't think about that. So the P-balloon route is only accessible if you do it pre-checkpoint. P-switch is also going to gate this off. Let's see what this is. Okay, I guess we'll see what this gets you. This is just a one-up room. Mushroom is just there as a switching mechanism. This closes that down and just opens up the door. Okay. Just a little bonus room then. And of course we've already expended the P-balloon over there, unfortunately. It's a pretty big shortcut. I feel like we still get some kind of spectacular P-balloon escape. Maybe. Oh, didn't see that coming. I was just trying to rush down. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, but maybe we should leave this in case we come back out to this pipe and to checkpoint. And then we'd want to retain this with a mushroom. Particularly if we have a checkpoint 2 and then return to this as checkpoint 3, then that would give you a mushroom, then that gives you a P-balloon for an exit. So we should preserve that. And we should play without a mushroom for the time being. Because I see some potential in that being the routing. Okay. Super Mario World Dry Bones doing their usual. Oh, I missed a jump. That was awkward. Version 2 of your favorite bonus room. An old level you made had an earlier version of the bonus room. I wonder if I was supposed to recognize it. I mean, I've played quite a lot of what you've made at this point. Probably everything you've made make a 2, at least. Whoops. I feel like if we don't make that little block column there, then you're in fairly big trouble. Oh, that's a bad idea. You have to go quickly, or you don't get it. That's okay. Again, the idea is that we want to preserve the ability to come out that pipe and grab a P-balloon on the way out. Which would happen even if you have taken a checkpoint at that point. Whoops, overshot. I guess if you take a checkpoint 2 and then go back to that as checkpoint 3, then if you have done it in one continuous run, then you need that note block to still give you the P-balloon. Because otherwise, you would have to go... Actually, what'd you do? If that were the case. Like if you had checkpoint 2, then came up here with checkpoint 3... and this was already expended because you had looped around prior to that. I guess... well, there are a few things that could happen. For example, instead of taking the left side, you could just as well take P-balloon down here, for instance, if you wanted to ride the P-balloon down this way. That would give you a different route as well, potentially. Because it could take you up to the right side. Oh, close call. I can try the bonus room again. Yeah, I mean, it gives me a mushroom, for instance, and we can try the P-balloon route immediately. We can try several different P-balloon routes, in fact. So we previously busted this to give us the vine, but that's because it refreshes. So that also gives you a mushroom. Okay. So it's possible to do the P-balloon from this point. You know what? We'll try it this way first. We actually should have Oh, it's infinite P and switch anyway, so we can just take it. I expect we'll have to make multiple runs for this to see different routes anyway. Redox, welcome. Oh, yeah. Oh, except if you catch that, then you have to go right. Unless you get the Fireflower and just get out of here. I mean, I feel like it's something we should test. We should test if it's possible to evade the Fireflower. I want to know. Because I wonder what happens if we do, in fact, get out of there. The reward is random. Interesting. Yes, because the mushroom could just as easily fall on the side of the randomizer. I do see it. And yeah, it actually is a bonus room that, because of the vine inside that block, would respawn something, wouldn't it? Let's see. Except this gates you off at this point after the bomb break. So that's how you ensure that it's usable once. Okay, we're gonna try to evade the flower this time. Just to see if we can do it. Okay, we can do it. Which means we can go up. Oh, we better fly a lot better, though. All that flight training we got from Nugukaza over the years. Anyway, let's get out of here. Oh, actually, that takes you straight to the ending. Out to the end here. Let's explore a little bit. Because I guess typically you're supposed to come through this way. In fact, let's see what it is. Yeah, because typically that would be another route. Ah, yes, because the idea is that you've knocked that Cheep Cheep upside down. And because, yeah, it's upside down, so, or rather it's been rotated 180 degrees. It's rotated up 180 degrees, then if you fly out with the people, you've been barfed out. And if you come out this way, you've been pooped out. And that's the idea. Okay, we'll take that. We'll have to see the other route sometime, of course, but we'll proceed through the queue for the time being. Thank you for the GGs. First clear on this version. Monstrous sheep. Is it really a sheep? Is dead. You can also take the exit route in through the mouth document. Welcome. Yeah, document as usual. If you are tight on time, we do sub next on an opt-in basis. It's a badly spelled Cheep Cheep. Oh yeah, this is second call for Boston Rich, who actually submitted my level. If Boston Rich is not confirming that, we will go on to the next actual viewer submission, which will be from BitShifter. We'll probably close off fairly soon as well, just to make sure we have enough time for everybody else. Depending on difficulty. Particularly if Redox gave me a hard one. With lots of ground pound cancels and the like. Okay, let's take my level courtesy of Boston Rich out of the queue for the time being. And we'll go to BitShifter next. No ground pound cancels, really? Okay, so maybe we'll do better here than we think we will. ML64 next week for a new version that will be clearer. Yeah, I intend to run Mario Maker as regularly as I can between now and Switch 2 in the weeks that remain. Once the Switch 2 comes out, obviously we'll be making a few changes. Document, you're actually trying to clear a new level, but you wanted to get in early. Yeah, that's fine. Take your time with a clear check then. And, okay, BitShifter, you might have to translate it to Japanese for me. I mean, I can pull out a word machine translation, but If you would like to tell me about this level before we get in, that would be fine. Otherwise, I'll just assume it's more randomization, as usual. But yeah, you can go ahead and just tell us about it while I get into it. Because I could just do machine translation, but, you know, since we actually have a maker here who can just translate in Japanese, we'll rely on that instead. But yeah, we'll probably be, closing the queue reasonably soon, once again, just to get through everybody. Pitch Shifter, you're saying it says, wait one moment, let's do an attempt first, then we'll read what it says. It says, I will kiss everybody in the club if you guys win a top prize in a soccer tournament, huh? Well, that's the encouragement that is needed. Let's have a little more momentum on the 50 coin here, though. Totally irrelevant to the level, yeah. I mean, we can make it relevant. Yeah, we just need to go a little faster here. On the blooper, and then on to 50. Oh, lost the spiny helmet. I feel like that's a problem because we need it to break over here. Is a reference to the Japanese version of a Nintendo World Cup. Okay. I actually did play, well, the North American release of Nintendo World Cup back in the day. It was actually one of my favorite things on the NES originally. I never played it with the 4-score accessory for the 4-player mode, but it was one of those things that I always wished I had a shot at. But yeah, it was kind of like Mario Strikers before Mario Strikers, where you would see all the crazy stunt bicycle kicks and all that. And super shots everywhere. And I only realized much later that it shared the character sprites with the whole Kunio-kun or River City series. And because I did not grow up with things like River City Ransom, and so when I first saw River City Ransom years and years later, I thought, what are all the people from Nintendo World Cup doing here? Have they already been knocked out of the tournament? Used to own a Japanese version. It's very different from the international one. Yeah, so I've heard, because I think it more accurately retains the whole Kunio-kun series branding, right? Oh, whoops, we need to jump out of the shell. Yeah, Pitch Shifter, I don't think I'd really seen a music auto-scroller out of you. It's been quite a change of pace so far from some of the randomizer mazes. Yeah, very glad to see some new material from you after all this time. I say after all this time because I'm the one who's been missing, of course. Okay, here we go. Slide under, and then over to Chomp. Oh, we better totally miss the pink coin. I only just noticed there were pink coins. I didn't even look at the count previously. Oh, there's just 2, so could be 2, it could be 1 in the safety. We'll try to pick it up. Depending on whether the next thing is post-checkpoint, but it could just be 2 coins, so. You started to make music levels last September or so, I see. Yeah, I guess if it's 1 coin in a safety, then you would be able to preserve the coin path past a death before a second checkpoint. Whoops, a little bit slow here. Well, it's working out quite nicely so far. If you're saying you started to make music levels last September or so, yeah, I haven't really been doing that much viewer levels since late last year. This is actually my first real viewer level stream in 2025, in fact. I noticed my shock and horror. For those not already aware, I exported all of my old VODs to YouTube because Twitch is not willing to store them anymore, but it does mean that I managed to go through some old videos when I was organizing them and I realized just how much more of my streams used to be viewer levels. And gradually the focus might have shifted a bit, but whoops. Second coin is there right away, actually, so it's just 2 coins in this checkpoint segment. And yeah, I've missed playing the new levels as well, obviously. I just haven't had much streaming time this year. For all kinds of unplanned reasons. I keep meaning to stream more, and this year just did not work out very well. But I did take the time to, of course, try to improve the stream on a technical level, and hopefully we're enjoying some of the benefits already. Got everything archived on YouTube. And pretty soon we'll have the Switch 2 along the way. Oh, whoops. I was trying to duck under that. I was just a bit late. And yeah, the key coins are required in order to get through this section, so that's important information. That both coins are required. Yeah, that was quite the oof near the end. Well, I guess it kind of tells you at the beginning that the key is required if you are watching it carefully. Yeah, a little bit off the pattern there. I jumped a little too high in one spot. Oops. So yeah, I hope the music track sounds nice on everybody's end as the viewer. Because sound and video quality should be much improved from what we used to have. But we changed out everything this year. Earlier in the year we changed out the capture card and that solved most of the problems, but now we also have better video and less latency on stream as well, so. And then let's go here. Yeah, I was thinking about music levels, is that they're a very pleasant spectator experience too, you know, just to get the hang back and listen to something a little bit different while Mario's crashing against every obstacle in sight. Drop down. Oh, missed the up. I was just trying to land safely on the platform, and unfortunately that did mean that it was slightly late on the door entry. With door entries like that, you have to hold up going into them. You have to really anticipate those by a fraction of a second. And I just didn't stick the landing well enough to do that. There we go. And then, yeah, we did not retain the first section key, I guess. 1990, hence Nintendo World Cup, I guess. Or GG. quite the true ending, I guess. I suppose that for true ending, you would need to clear from start, right? We can make a few attempts. I don't know if we'll really properly do it, but... Yeah, we won't grind away at it too hard, but the level is approachable enough that we'll make a few tries at it. And let me check the current state of the queue before I promise that, actually, just so we don't hold too many people. Okay, Shushiro06i, Redox document mail. Yeah, okay, we can do this. We'll probably close up after this level, though. Oh, hang on. Of course, that's assuming that I knew where to get the second key to begin with. Was it just for clearing the first section? I can't remember. Sometimes it's from a block that we're supposed to pay attention to. Nope, lost it. And that means we lose. But that's okay. If we can do the second section cleanly in one shot, then we're not too concerned. Yeah, because we did see the key that was placed over the checkpoint 1 door, indicating to me that we just need to one-shot this. Nope. We just haven't found a good jumping sequence for after obtaining the shell. Oh, whoops. But yeah, like I said, if you're behind this one in queue, we're not going to spend excessively long on attempting it, but we may as well try without slipping off every corner. Okay, there we go. Slightly better, perhaps. Let's not be over-eager to stand up, though. And piranha plants are dangling over Mario's head. Pull back a bit too much. Yeah, we just need to tie this up. Maybe it doesn't speak well of our chances to one-shot the second section, but we'll see how we do. Let me verify, first of all, that it's just clearing the first section that gives you the key. We don't actually know that. So does it give me key 1? Yes, it does, because you dropped through, yep. Nope. We know we had trouble with that spot before in terms of the jumping arc, so we'll make sure we start over and then try to tie this up as much as we can. I think it's doable. Nope. I've been kind of pulling back in that spot to try to time the jumps over to poison mushrooms. There's probably a better and cleaner route just by going fast and holding right, but we haven't quite seen it yet. Oops. And I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. Zealous Plays or Alice Plays? Alice Play X. Well, thank you for the submission regardless. You can tell me how you would like me to read your name. Okay. Drop down. All the way up. I'll try not to choke too badly here, as I speak much too soon. Jump. Let the screen push me a little bit there, actually. That felt awkward, but we made it. And, oh, I actually didn't think I would hit. Oh, I see, because it was still flashing from the damage at the door, and so it actually threw me off slightly. Okay. Oh, whoops. Missed a jump completely. Yeah, you're supposed to just, jump cleanly over all of those, but we just haven't found a good route for that yet, so. Nope. We're clearly just supposed to go fast, but I just haven't found a pattern that works. Yeah, we can find a really comfortable route to do there that works. Oh, except for that jump there, bouncing me backwards. That hadn't happened before. I think I've actually had more trouble with the first section than the second, which... well, we'll see how that works out. Nope. We're not going far enough off the edge. Watch your head, yeah. Good advice. We'll try it a few times. It's clearly quite doable for me, we just need to put in the time for it. Nope. Yeah, hanging back might not be working out that well. I do like the way the screen kind of pushes me into position, but we can't depend on it so much, I think. Slipping all over the place. We'll try to get at least one good clean run on the second half. If we still remember how to do it. Okay. Kind of a bad exit there. We didn't have that problem before. Nope. We've made that mistake so many times now. And we never ran into it previously when I was first learning the level with the checkpoint. Which is probably why we got so complacent about it. Nope. Ophelia placed too many poison mushrooms at the end of the first section. Well, it's a little hard to find the timing. I know I'm probably supposed to go fast, but every time I've done that, I've also run into them, so... it's doable, it's just... something that feels like a change in the momentum that you've had up to that point in the level. Okay, there we go. Slightly lower jump than before. Now let's not fail at this section too many times. No. Okay, let's try this again. A little bit cleaner than usual. Oh, yeah, I didn't think I would actually hit that time because it felt like I was jumping through to blooper. While I was still invulnerable to damage, right? It felt like I was hitting the mecha rather than hitting the blooper. I don't know if that was actually true, but it looked like it at the time. And so that surprised me slightly. Getting a little bit more well practiced in the first section, I suppose. Okay, drop down. Oh, too close there. Nope. That was too slow, actually. We didn't get to the 50 coin quickly enough. Now, the thing is, when you drop in from checkpoint, as opposed to starting... Or rather, when you drop in from the pipe as opposed to starting at a checkpoint, you are going to be slightly behind the same auto-scroll pace, so there is going to be a minor difference in your position relative to the auto-scroll by about a block, maybe. Because when you do the key route, you are slightly behind pace just by the extra time that it takes to drop in from the pipe, right? So that might be why I'm having slightly more pacing trouble there than I was accustomed to. What would you name a swimming level with a lot of powers? I feel like hydroelectric power is interesting, but I feel like I might have seen a puzzle level that was named that. I'm trying to remember what that ape taster puzzle was called. The one where you have to set up the kind of seesaw pumping machines that work by themselves and place powers in them. This was one of the best puzzle levels I played in this game. I just don't remember what it was called. And it might have been called hydroelectric power now that I think about it. It was called something similar. That's the only reservation I have with it, but I'm sure there isn't really an overlap. I don't know. It was the puzzle contest winner for one of the Grigowski contests a few seasons ago. I think it was the one for Move the Earth. I suspect that one was actually called Hydroelectric Power, but I might be misremembering. Okay, just a few more attempts, and we'll see. I want to again do one really good clean run on the second section. It's not that long, and we know we've done the second section cleanly before. We just have a few minor points of variation to sort out here. Yeah, document. I mean, I'd have to check and corroborate that. I just don't remember what it was called, to be honest. Well, it's always on the last attempt, and that's just a different GG screen. That's okay. Oh, okay. Ah, yes, it lets you see the music track. True to how Or rather, the bonus track here, rather. The bonus completion track, true to how a music level usually rewards the player. With a little extra jingle at the end. Lumino Life, welcome. At Lumino Life, if you want to get a level in the queue, you should do it right away because I'm about to close up. We'll play through the rest of the levels that are in the queue, but we are about to close submissions. So, thank you for that, Pitch Shifter. We'll load up the next code first, which will be another one from Zero's. No, sorry, the next one's Sushiro. Let's do Sushiro next. And yeah, thank you for the submission, Lumino Life. We are going to load up the next code, and then I will close submissions. And we will play through the rest of the list to the best of my ability. Whoops. Look at that. This even ends with RPG. How very convenient. Now, Shishiro, I'm pretty sure is still here. And yeah, Lumino Life, I'm glad you enjoy the sound of our commentary. I mean, you're all the way in the back of the queue. There's a lot more to listen to, for sure. Okay, let me just change the stream title quickly to reflect the fact that the queue is in fact closed, so people are not surprised by that. And I entered the wrong code. Oh yeah, I entered Lumino Life's code. That's fine. I only just looked at that and noticed. Well, at least we got a sneak preview. Like I said, we rearranged a few things in my streaming setup, so I'm maybe not always looking in the right place in my chat window, but we'll know that Lumino Life's code ends with RPG, and that's how it will be memorable. We will, in the meantime, play Ghost Lettering. Decode the letters left by the ghost to guide you. Very interesting. Now, let me make sure the bot is actually displaying correctly as closed. Good. And let me make sure the list is actually accurate. And yeah, that's a lot to get through. I don't know if everybody will be willing or able to stay, but we will try, once again, to get through the rest of the list. We might not do as much optional content as usual, but we'll play everybody. And hopefully 06i's level after this one is not an hour long like the other one we did. But we'll see. Okay, propeller hat. And oh, that's an interesting effect. How is that effect even created? I haven't seen that before. I mean, clearly we're supposed to hit this in the middle, but what is even that trick? That's interesting. You see, Shoshiro keeps showing us all these technical marvels that we haven't really seen before, and I tried to reverse engineer them. I feel like it's something that is like a... Is it something like a Boo or Peepa spawn that's been confined or something? Or... I actually have no idea. I haven't seen this before. Unless it's something really obvious I'm not thinking of. That's really interesting. Maybe it's something that'll be obvious to me once I thought about it properly. But anyway, we see 1, 2, 3 on the shelf. It means we have to do something with... Oh, it's the circuit. It's telling you the source of the circuit. So here, you follow this one and you find a door here. But this is mostly just a showpiece for this lighting trick that is incredible. We'll need to learn about it afterwards. I've been meaning to do another big Shushiro catch-up at some point. Okay, so it's going to load in first before we're given the opportunity to switch out, right? Or, yes. Now, this is a reflection, which means that we should be going for this block. But I wonder why there's a difference between these ones and this one. Maybe it means that these ones spawn enemies. I don't know. We don't actually know the system here yet, so we'll spawn it just to see. Yeah, it is. It's actually a Pottery block. That's what it is. Maybe the other ones give you boos and peepas, if they're the white blocks. I guess we can pop a key off any of these, but it's telling me to go right, so maybe these are supposed to be exits. Or go left, rather. Go left. Okay. How here? I mean, the POW allows you to break whatever this is. And snake blocks might push everything, and we'll see what they give you. Gives you the clue. Maybe it's a clue to the next room, but let's wall jump up here first to see if there's anything else to look at. Nothing else to look at. Oh, no, we shouldn't have popped that. Well, let's see if we need to retain the POW, but it's going to be the fourth in sequence. Oh, it's the doors. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Last. A power-up light. Power-up light. How does that even work, though? Is that... I mean, it looks like these are supposed to be one-ups because they're green. Or, oh, they're keys, I guess. Oh, because you're supposed to hit this first and then... Oh, okay, so you're not supposed to touch the key. If you touch the key, then you have a problem here because it will dunk you. Yeah, we should have actually mapped that out first. You use the loading properties of the red moving blocks. Yeah, those are really kind of underexplored. I know that this is something that some other makers, like Lupin Snoop, actually used to talk about this a lot too, in fact, when he was doing Maker. That there are a ton of track block related mechanics that people just absolutely do not know. That's sort of interesting that was able to take those out. Like, I wonder how that little trick worked too. There's a lot here that I definitely have not been able to reverse engineer. Kind of reminds me of that Thwomp offset level that we saw from Shifuro as well in 3D World. Where sometimes we see all kinds of trickery. Yeah. Yeah, Ioku, if that's your name, I can't quite cue that in right now because we are closed for the day. Also, I may have to check something. One moment. Let me see if I can address it. Give me just one moment. I'll be right back. I need to check something. Okay, sorry about the interruption. That was a little bit unexpected and unusual, but we should be able to continue for now. I will let you know if that changes. Anyway, while I was AFK, I see that document having done the clear check has loaded in a code, but for now we will continue with the list as written. So 06I is still here. We'll bring up the next thing that you wanted to submit. And thank you once again, Shushiro, for that level. That was once again something that we were very curious about in terms of how the setup was put together. I see that you kind of look at this from a distance, and I know some people will go through it in Level Viewer or what have you, that there is some kind of track block displacement that is going on behind the scenes with each of the items that is being loaded into position to create the lights. So that's interesting. I didn't know that it would create that kind of background effect. with the way that it was overlaid on the semi-solids. But again, that'll probably merit a much closer look. Let's take a look at the next code. Yeah, can you sub-redeem after this level? Do you mean right now, or do you want to see if 06i wants to check in first? If 06i does not check in, we will pull you in right away, document. Let me make sure I... Okay, we'll do 06i first, and or... yeah... document, yeah, no, since we haven't started a level yet, we'll give you a... Well, you know what? Let's take a look at 06i first, and we'll see, since we have an agreement to do so. And... yeah, document will give you your subnext privilege after that. I found that... oh, whoops. Why did I enter wrong? 9 HF. There we go. Dancing Boo House. Okay, that's interesting. About 4 minutes, but a high clear rate. Somebody who speaks Japanese can maybe translate if Pitch Shifter is still hanging out with us. If not, I'll have to point a machine translation at this and see what we can decrypt. Or we can just dive into the level and find out. It's Dancing Boo House. Let's run away. And the maker says something about using some ideas that you had saved up for the first time. Anyway, it doesn't tell us too much about the level, so let's just play and find out. So yeah, lengthy but easy, so... yeah, 06i, by putting it through to translate, I think Teresa means boo. It's similar to some... it's similar to the name for Boo, I think. As a character. So anyway, we have all these lights going here through the Boo ring. We wouldn't want to do that, of course, but I wonder why the slide is telling me to try. Hence the lowered clear rate. So let's figure this out. This is just a chandelier over here. There's also NSMBU. No, oh, I see. The Boo ring keeps spawning. Okay. And we will jump up also something to the left there. We'll just dodge around. All the stretch boos clinging onto the walls. And we'll just follow the scroll and see what happens. Also, yeah, we'll try not to get caught. Although, if you sneak back in here and grab the 1-up, just in time to take damage on the way out. But we'll grab the other mushroom from that point and lose it immediately. Ah, look at that. Yeah, it's the block mechanism that we see there. I don't know if there was anything to look at in the red pipe. We might have considered trying. But it did look like we were being shoved out of that position. Yeah, that block activation mechanism with the springs we'd seen a few times before. We'll try the red pipe this time if we are able to do so. And let's... oh, yeah, so you can actually go there quickly if you're asked about it before everything starts spawning, because it is triggered by crossing a certain point. So it is doable in that sense. I actually wonder about the left side here as well, and I guess that's just inverted. Perhaps. We're there to create the illusion of an inversion. Anyway, we don't really need to one up here, we'll just skip it. Now that we've seen what it is, and sated our curiosity, we'll try to hug the screen here and see if there's anything in the red pipe. Or, well, in the next segment, rather. We're trying not to get hit by the stretches too much here. Can we enter? Yes, we can. This is just kind of special effects sequence. By the looks of it, we'll just have to let the boo come up and flip the switch for us. And look at that lovely little boo spread there. They're a cloud. The boo cloud. The boo cloud opening. And whoops. Let's just jump up here. You love the boo cloud. Yeah, it's very unique arrangement we don't normally see. Okay, I guess we get to choose a pipe. It's a literal pick a pipe. But I like the one with the cloud, so we'll do that. Oh, it's not that. I bet none of these are the right pipe, then we just have to take this. It's there to make you stall, in fact. It encourages you to check while the vine comes down and gives you something else to play with. That's just a power-up check. And then it's telling you that you can go for the flag, but I guess if you do this, then it tells you that you're actually forced to the door. We'll grab checkpoints as everything comes up with the big boo wave down below. And let's see what is here. I guess we'll just sit here until we see what is going to light up. I was kind of curious about it. Oh, it's just a boo. Now, munchers on either side of the pipes. So we're controlling something in the dark. Are we positioning something? Or like the light, maybe? Let's see. Or no, this is just a cutscene sequence. It's a pure cutscene sequence where we're going to be pushed. And then, oh, look at that. And then we're loaded. And then, oh, let's exit gracefully without running into one of the few things here that would actually be lethal. And some boos will activate on the way up. I feel like there's definitely a story here that we haven't completely seen, but I guess we can loop around to the 50 coin if we really wish. Then, oh, look at that. That's something. Jump through some hoops. Looks like there's a switch activation waiting to happen here. Struck by lightning. And we'll walk around until we have an opportunity to click the switch. I guess we'll walk around some more until we have the opportunity to activate P over here now. This is an infinite P. I kind of expected it would be. How are they doing these boo rings with fewer boos? Yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of... I don't exactly know how the entity count works with boo rings, to be honest. And what kind of limits you can push with that. But regardless, let's do the big boo fight. That block has already been activated in the middle. Not worth reaching for just yet, but I guess we'll just hit this a few times while we dodge everything on the tracks and keep the little boos on the outside in position by just looking at them. And we'll just try to keep them pinned down. Whoa, that one got pushed. Yeah, there's some boo pushing going on here that maybe is part of the whole setup trick to begin with. That's a bit of an uncomfortable position to be in. We just didn't manage to make that gap. So the cutscene earlier had a star kill boost. Yeah, that makes sense actually. You can never work it into a level in a good way. Yeah, given how much boo positioning, if they're not on tracks, is potentially dependent on the player, then there's definitely a lot that would not feel under your control We take this corner, then okay, good. We managed to control the boos in either position before they get unpinned. They do get steadily unpinned as the POWs hit the munchers that are holding them down, starting with the little boos and the big ones after that. But essentially, we don't want to get stuffed in the middle the way we did previously. So we'll just wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Whoops. But yeah, there's a bit of mutual pushing that goes on with the boos too that I didn't necessarily realize what happened. And this looks like it's a fake flagpole, not the real flagpole in disguise. But it doesn't look like there's a way down. Unless that actually is an accessible P-door, which doesn't look like it's the case, but you never know. Like it's just there to be a mock door in a mock castle. And we'll come up here and try to get wonderful rather than incredible.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, descriptive. That's the thing about a P-door. You gotta use it while it's still open, right? Anyway, thank you so much for suggesting that level 06i. I don't know if we've seen much by this maker before. It seems like it's one of those uber popular ones. Oh well. Decently popular, yeah. Yeah, we need to catch up on some of the Japanese makers sometimes. Sometimes I think that, you know, that's one of the things I've had in my notes for a long time is we have a lot of makers that for language barrier reasons don't tend to submit here, but who are pretty interesting. We'll do a bigger catch-up at some point. Okay, Document claimed the opt-in sub next, so we'll do that next. Did I mark this as a win? Just to clear it. Let's see. And then after that, we'll go down the list, just straight down to everybody who's remaining. And hopefully clear some of those while they're still available. Did I actually not clear Yoshiro's level prior to this, or did I? Or was that a new submission? I think I actually didn't because we. Yeah, I didn't actually clear Yoshiro from the queue earlier because that was when we were distracted by the BRB. So I'll hang on. Let me remember to do that afterwards because then it's going to be Redox Mail. Zala's, if that's how I pronounce it, and then Lumino. So it is just 4 in the queue, I think. I'm just checking my chat log here to make sure I had this done correctly. Yeah, I think I just forgot to clear that before I called next. Okay, yeah, let's continue then. Documents code is going to be... Yeah, so Shoshiro is not actually on the list. I'll manage things on the back end in just a moment. Sorry, I'm kind of multitasking here while I'm punching in the code. So. That's FMG. Let me check the list now to make sure it's correct. Yeah, descriptive is I'm far, far behind on anything Marvel. The prerequisites have become impossible for me to catch up with. The seeming prerequisites. I think the only thing I've seen from the current block, you know, the phase 4, 5, 6 or so might even be the third Spider-Man. I just have not been keeping up at all. Anyway, Breakwater Bay. Thousand Water. Breakwater Bay, I like that name that you wound up on because we were unsure about the hydroelectric power. This one is a result of jumping back into Mario Maker after a long time finishing some old half-built stuff. Ooh, assist mechanic. Oh, whoops, I missed it. And then Oh, yeah, you're supposed to catch the POWs as you go, of course. I was hoping to chain that POW over to the next one, but we would need to actually activate the on-off switch before anything anyhow. So yeah, we aim for the P, and then that's how we do it. Descriptive as breaking water, yeah. It's the kind of title that makes us all take a bit of a pregnant pause. Anyway, let's go down here. Yeah, you should be able, if you aim for the P's, to pick these up cleanly and stay on pace. Whoops. Now we don't need to hold dash everywhere, since we're just swimming. Which means we should be more deliberate about when we're actually doing the item pickups. The gurgled underwater depth noise. Yeah, just imagine if they still had the extended depths that you had in Maker 1, right? But with the water gurgling. And of course, we are trying to avoid throwing it into the springs because that would do a bounce back that would prevent the POWs from detonating. That seems like that's what all of these sideways trampolines are there to do. It's to enforce a bit of an accuracy check on a throw. So that's how I understand them anyway. So you do have some controlled throwing positions. Also, we don't want to grab the crates by mistake. That's the other reason that you don't want to just hold and dash everywhere, because you might do an accidental pickup ahead of time. Whoops. How do you think Mario perceives and experiences the scrolling screen? Actually, we kind of know that, officially speaking, especially if you look at the intro sequence to SMB3, that the Mario platformers are kind of like a play, right? So I think he perceives them as just a side of the stage where he walks off backstage, and if he is up against a scrolling boundary, then what's actually happening is that it's a member of the production, like a stage manager, shooing him to get back on. Document, thank God they got rid of the long death sequences. Well, it depends on the levels you're playing, I guess. I mean, I found that since we were just kind of playing Maker 1 last year as a bit of a special treat after mostly playing Maker 2, that kind of missed them in their own way, except, you know, I wasn't always playing Maker 1 and always grinding out levels where you would just run into those repeatedly and break the pace, so didn't mind them so much. They were in some ways better by contrast because, you know, you don't have to deal with them all the time in Maker 2 anymore, but when you see them in Maker 1, you remember some of the old charm of Mario falling down the stairs. Very charming. Okay, we need the dash panel, and then we need to come through here. I'm way overshooting, and then I think we do need to pass this over. Oh, I was trying to hit the POW and then catch the dash panel. Once you catch the dash panel, then you hit the other POW. Yeah, so descriptive is in Mario Maker 1, there would be a random chance when Mario falls down a bottomless pit that you would have an extended sound effect of him tumbling down the stairs and trying to fight his way out of a deep, dark basement somewhere. And there would be a little bit of variation to it. Okay, we actually managed to catch up somewhat. Glad that this level was generous enough that we almost made it to that spot. For the up pipe, I couldn't quite drop down quickly enough to do a swim where I could go all the way to the right. Basically, the sooner we drop through that, the better, so we can just hang right. But yeah, despite falling behind by overshooting POWs in a few locations, from an accuracy, we were able to mostly maintain pace, which is good, because it's a bit tricky to try to catch every POW with total accuracy, and doubling back, of course, kills your momentum quite a bit. We've been really missing these. Yeah. Okay. And Document was telling me something about a line of cheap chiefs. That was a really bad throw. The line of fish used to be tighter. That was a big part of the reason why the clear check was taking so long. Yeah. Too many fish. Okay, let's go up. Okay, caught that gracefully for once. Yeah, we tend to overshoot this one a lot, and that gets me into trouble. You do need to aim pretty well. I don't know if you tested this mainly on D-pad or stick. I'm playing on D-pad as usual, of course. I kind of feel like this might be slightly easier on stick. Whoops. But that's true sometimes of either freeform spinning levels or anything with the frog or the P-balloon. But yeah, as long as we're kind of generally aiming towards the P-blocks, we should be able to catch a little more accurately instead of overshooting all the time. And as long as we just try not to overshoot. That was actually pretty smooth. Feels like we're at a good pace now, actually. Oh. Okay, that's still an improvement on what we had previously. Let's just go so we can go right and go hard. Oh, missed it. Just barely. And yeah, Document, I'm a pure D-pad player, as you know. It's just a matter of not overshooting. Like, if we just even hang left sometimes if we're not sure, it's still better than overshooting and having to double back. Oh, whoops. I shouldn't have thrown that close. You toss from a bit farther back. Yeah. I guess if you kind of trust your momentum. I don't think it matters too much, though. I guess it matters for how early you're activating the next POW, so how much reaction time you have to catch when it spawns. Because if I'm throwing too close, then I don't have enough reaction time. And I guess that would make a difference. Okay, let's go. No, we don't want to do it. That's wrong. Just trying to catch, but we're aiming for a spot that was a bit too late. Oh. Yeah, that's way too late. Let's try it again. So yeah, we should, again, we had that interruption earlier. We should hopefully not have to abandon the stream early today, but there is a non-zero chance that might happen. And this rarely ever happens. I've only ever really had to cut off viewer levels early once, I think, in all the time I've been doing this. Not counting, you know, disconnection trouble and such. But we might have something come up, just so people are aware in case we do in fact have to break off before we get through everybody the way we usually promise. Oh, that was a bad throw. Much too slow. Scrolling position is a little better than usual. Yeah, so if you overshoot and get into a mess. But when you are holding a POW, you swim fast enough that you can do a little bit of catch-up. Once you catch and swim. That's one of the few advantages of throwing late, I guess, is that you actually get more swimming time with the POW. Which makes you move faster. But it's a bit of a risk-reward thing. It's at the expense of having poorer reaction time to the next spawn. It might actually carry you too aggressively far. Oh, that did not work out. Yeah, actually, if we're tossing it late, sometimes it might mean that I'm traveling too fast when swimming. That's why I'm overshooting somewhat. Because in some ways, swimming with the POW is too good for what we need. When it comes to catching the next one accurately. I keep soft dropping that one by mistake. Okay, there we go. Got through that smoothly. Nope. Okay. This is gonna be troublesome. Oh no, yeah, you see. Not a very good angle there. We want to go to the bottom as soon as possible, just so we can anticipate when to go up. Without having to do too much correction. Oh no, bad. Yeah, you can fall way behind and catch up. Yeah, because there's so much flexibility to when you swim with the POW and when you throw it. We've definitely found that so far. We just need to be much more precise about throwing forward instead of just dropping. Oh, whoops, that was not good. So we're missing a POW now. Okay, let's try. Yeah, with a good forward throw, you give yourself a lot more room. Oh, wrong way. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we want the throws to be directional. Not like that one. Because if you missed a directional throw, then things just float around too slowly. Okay, much more room this time. Oh, so much more room, in fact, that I wasn't accustomed to the people sweeping that low when I get there. Okay, down we go. I want to be accurate about the pipe entries. Too much momentum. Okay, down. That was actually a pretty solid throw that time. Through the Peepas. Oh, whoops. Wasn't really paying attention to how low I was that time. Whoop. We were so far ahead of the scroll that time, too. I think I was not by surprise. We had so much room to work with, that would have been a much easier exit. Oh, nope. What a miss. That one was going quite well, actually. And just got caught by the Peepas again. Such a rarely seen enemy as well, and we've seen several of them today. We've seen so many Peepa levels. Way out of proportion to your usual rate of appearance. Oh. You were crushing it there, you said. Well, and then we were crushed, so. What goes around comes around. Down. And... okay. This is looking a little better again. Let's not swim too low this time. Lots of room on the scroll this time, so. Lots of room. Only about halfway over the screen this time. In that position. So, okay, we should have plenty of time to get into position here and up the pipe. We could even stall for an additional Cheep Cheep just to line that up correctly. Oh, missed it. Now let's not hit start over at this point. I know I need to get the shell. Let's not start over. Okay. And yeah, taking the POW next is going to be fine. Let's grab another one, and just going to have custom scroll going back and forth, which is kind of neat. We just need to swim around those, obviously, so we can get over to the next breakpoint. Oh, whoops. What a sinking feeling. Okay, thought I was shooting a little bit low there, but that worked out. Okay, let's just make sure we go around. Worked out really well. And then, oh, POW hat. Okay, again. That went relatively smoothly, actually, just going up to the next checkpoint. Yeah, lots of room to read that once we kind of understood instinctively what to go for. I think we understand instinctively here that we want to preserve the POW hat. Oh, well, so much for that idea. So close and yet so far. Okay. Well, I mean, if you know what's coming, then you can plan ahead a bit. Or not. Okay, that's okay. We'll catch up. That caught me by surprise. That's fine. Let's continue scouting. We want to not push the auto-scroll too high. That's the classic auto-scroll trap, just playing too close to the boundary and not being able to react. So we want to stay relatively low so we have some reaction time, and then we really kind of push for it with some jumping. Or paddling, rather, when we do in fact see something we want to break. Then we just kind of head back down and give ourselves room to actually react and play. So yeah, interesting example of an auto-scroll where you're incentivized to pull back. Okay. Yeah, it was just kind of pure planning. Let's see what this is. Oh, just a 1-up, and that worked out really nicely. I think the first section trains you so well in terms of reading and pacing your way through this level that sections 2 and 3 kind of feel easier because of that. Thank you so much for the first clear. And for all the GGs. Redux. But yeah, the first section, once you get through it, really gets you into the correct groove. And then the rest of it is just understanding how to position yourself well to read what's coming. And knowing when to really pedal hard and push. Slope slide, 20 seconds. Redux has promised me no ground pound cancels today, but we'll see how true that is. $15 pokies. Oh, interesting that you have some of the upward slides. Oh, just a normal jump on that coin. We don't want to cling onto that tree either, because we'll go up to the next slope and we'll slide down immediately. Yeah, like this double long jump going up slope. It's very satisfying. Oh, no, we want to jump so we don't get caught. And so we can just go up to the next slope immediately with the momentum that we are retaining. Yeah, once you play this, you immediately see how satisfying that double slide really is. And then we, of course, just do a light bounce off of these. I was still holding the shoulder button for the long jump at that point, and that was clearly too long. Nope, missed it. Missed a second tap, so we didn't quite get the momentum we wanted going up slope. But yeah, the double tap long jump going uphill is really quite nice. Nope, still held too long. That's already halfway in though, so pretty gentle. Nope, missed it. And yeah, we do need the momentum from the second long jump. Do this really cleanly. Whoops, missed the long jump there, just overshot slightly. 5 seconds left at that point, so as long as we're just on pace, this should be a clear that more or less writes itself. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I jumped there. I was supposed to slide, obviously. As we knew from experience. Oh, missed a jump. Just at the very end there. And that will get you up to the next slope if you do it accurately. And with enough time to slide down into the next pokey after that. Whoops, missed. Left and right on those springs is faster. Oh yeah, I guess we haven't really been optimizing that properly. Oh, and then we need to switch rapidly between the long jumps and slides. Yeah, we missed one of the long jumps. That's why we were behind at the very end there. It's a tight timer if you missed them. It looks like the positions are recoverable when you do miss long jumps, but it actually punishes you at the end when it comes to speed. Oh, missed. And I can see now why you recommended right and left on the springs, because we do in fact need that time. Tighten this up as much as possible. Oops, wrong. Because I thought this was a fairly relaxed experience, but then we saw how tight on a timer we were. That's because we missed a very conspicuous long jump in the sequence right at the very end. Nope, accidental spin. Definitely not fast enough. Can't really afford to. There's a single one. Oops. You're saying the Poke Clear condition not being snow is weird. Oh yeah, in terms of it not listing them as a snow Poke, right? I suppose if you have a 2-theme level, where one part is snow and one part is not snow, then you would need to account for the fact that you have different types of Pokies in play, right? But they would still be tied to the same clear condition. They would still be part of the same budget. I feel like that could lead to some interesting clear condition shenanigans when it comes to design, in fact. Just haven't thought it through yet. We missed a long jump there once again, so that we were off the flag was not surprising. I think I actually missed it fairly early on. I just played on anyway. Nope, missed one. You have to tap them very rhythmically. Otherwise, if you're too early, then it doesn't register as a long jump. If you're too late, then you're also kind of off the pattern. You get slowed down by the slopes. Oops. Makes a big difference to hit the long jumps. Yeah, Luminal Light, the timing seems tight because missing a single long jump when you're going upslope really slows you down because, again, you're going upslope, right? So I don't know how tight it actually is once we do, in fact, hit all the long jumps. But every time that I've been off the flag by a few tiles, it is definitely because I missed a long jump upslope. Like one of these. So we'll see how tight it is, accounting for that. No, we see, I don't have the rhythm down yet for multiple taps, for the 4 taps in that location. I'm definitely missing something there. Oh, whoops. Didn't get the slide for some reason. Might have just been a little slow on the buttons there. No, I keep missing the first landing. I land on the first long jump and I don't trigger the second long jump, and I haven't quite found how to fix that yet. There's something about my timing there is definitely off in terms of when I'm able to trigger it. No, you see, I miss it every time. And it throws you off positionally as well. I can't tell if I'm pressing too early or too late, to be honest. Oops. It might actually be too early. But something is wrong there. Whoops.
Oh no!
I actually missed the fourth one that time because you're able to catch the fourth one right in the corner. So previously I was actually pressing too early. The second jump. Now we are recognizing the second jump. But we missed the fourth one. So we were totally off the path. But if we get it, I think that's the only major thing we need to fix. And then we'll see what else we need to tighten up after that. Nope, didn't really get the back and forth on the spring that time, unfortunately. Nope, overshot.
Oh no!
Oops. Overshot the slope completely that time. No, I'm just overshooting that corner. I'm not landing the fourth jump because I'm going too far. So it tells me that I'm actually sliding too far in the slope at some point. Also because I'm overcompensating by making sure I'm landing the second jump. I might be running up slope too much at that point. Wow, that is tight. For that far off still, even after landing every long jump, then we're doing something wrong. That's a lot tighter than I thought, actually. Well, we'll see what we can do. Because I don't know where we should be fixing it. Might be doing a little too much running up slope at some points. Maybe the single jumps aren't full enough. Closer. That's the closest one yet. Oh, just so much slowdown on the slope there.
Oh no!
I think a lot of the jumps have to be as full as possible just to minimize time that you're spending standing on an upward slope. Missed it.
Oh no!
Oops. Not sure how we're just whiffing entire jumps here, but we'll try to fix that up. Right on top. Best one yet, though. On it. Time up. Nope. We've had that happen in quite a few Redux levels in the past, actually. I have a lot of clips sitting around, I think, of exactly that happening from exactly this maker. Oops. Yeah, where you hit the flag at the same time that it recognizes it as a failure for time's up. No, we've seen that happen with Redux levels specifically before. I remember a few moments where we've had that. You'll notice the record that I think McFixit had on this, if I read it correctly, does have a little bit of wiggle room, like a couple of frames of wiggle room. So there are a few things that I'm not doing very optimally because I'm not a very natural speedrun player. Yeah, you'll notice that the record actually has about 0.3 of wiggle room on it. It says 19.6. So there are definitely things I'm not optimizing well, probably because I'm spending too long on some slopes while I'm trying to get a valid jump going. Nope, I missed it. Yeah, because sometimes if we're landing at a bad spot, we might be spending too much time going up a slope, for instance, and getting slowed down. So basically your rhythm between jumps on an upslope has to be absolutely spot on. And that makes a pretty big difference because if you're off by a little bit, either you missed jumps completely or you spend too much time walking. And yeah, Mario, your princess is on another flag. Whoops, that's exactly what's going on here. You'll notice that when I had a moment earlier where I hit times up right as I hit the flag, I didn't even necessarily have a moment of congratulatory excitement or whatever, because I actually kind of knew that was going to be a failure. Just looking at it, it just felt that way. Whoops. Even when I saw myself hit the flag, I was thinking, yeah, this is suspicious. It's going to be time's up. Whoops. Whoops. Just didn't get to slide. The thing about levels like these is that they do put my thumbs down a little bit after holding right for so much, and occasionally switching to diagonals. Thank you so much for the follow. Whoops. And yeah, Lumina Life, we definitely hope to get to yours. Because I'm usually able to guarantee it, but today we've had a few unexpected interruption risks, so... No, I felt like I was spending too much time going up the slope on the quadruple jump. So that time I also kind of expected it to be a little off, but hard to tell by how much. It was closer than expected, actually, if anything. Oh. We actually overshot the slide that time and slid up to the icicles because we didn't land a jump. So we actually want to spend as much time as we can on the downward slides and as little time as we can on the upward slopes. Oops. Yeah, I mean, you know, Redux, as you know, there's always going to be a little bit of variance between people's button pressing habits as well. One thing that has come up quite a bit in some of Redox's tougher levels in the past is that he's very much a stick player and I'm very much a D-pad player, so I'm kind of the D-pad playtester in some ways to see if anything feels particularly different. It doesn't affect this level so much because you don't really have that much in the way of directional changes. You're just going right most of the time. But there are definitely levels where that can have an effect as well. In terms of, you know, to make your playtesting one way and they're seeing it with just enough of an infinitesimal difference in parts that certain things can be made more or less difficult. Whoops. And once again, we got the same point of failure, where we're right on the frame. So, in case anybody wasn't convinced the first time that that kind of thing does happen, it does happen. That one I felt confident in. That one felt quite good, actually, because when I saw how it was landing towards the segment on a quadruple jump, I knew I had enough room to do it with 4 jumps nice and crisp. And as you can see, I'm still quite a ways off the record. But we got it. Had a couple of literal false flags there, but we made it. And thank you so much for the level, Redox. Male 64. I don't know if we're seeing the other route through the previous level that you showed me. Do let me know. Shushiro already beating my record on document. So yeah, Male 64, do let me know if we are just seeing the non-P-balloon route through the... Oh, the level I missed before. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, like I said, because we're kind of winding down with the last few, I don't know how thorough I'll be necessarily, but we will try to give one route a good clean run. I might not poke around and try things as much as I usually do, but we will do what we can. And then after that, we'll get to the 2 people remaining afterwards. Zala's plays, or Zala's play X, I'm not sure. And Lumino Life after that. Multiple routes for this one, and there's a lot of shortcuts. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see this multiple times over. But regardless, lava bomb mix. Some say combining bombs and fire is dangerous. Multiple paths, as always. World 7's first level, yeah. Well, speaking of multiple paths, I guess that's what the bombs are for. Bombs away. And then this is going to drop more bombs, I'm sure. Quite like that, actually, that you have this sequence that opens up a few different things. You've got arrows all over the place with those tracks. And Karibo's shoe, even. You know what? Let's enter. Let's just pick a path and stick with it before the shell wakes up. Oh, and before that blows up. I should have considered that a risk, actually. We didn't look at that properly. Now, we may or may not go for the same thing, depending on whether we catch it or get caught. Yeah, sometimes we do need to watch out for that scattering effect. Yeah, once again, we'll try to take the shell. One thing always worth looking out for, by the way, with so many destructible elements in this level, is whether there are things that might potentially glitch out if you do destroy things and then go back and forth between rooms. I don't think that's a risk right now, is what I'm saying, but just something to keep in mind. You know what, let's just throw this before too many things blow up on us here. Oh. We should have done a crouch jump there. That's okay. Yeah, obviously we won't see everything, so let's just try to commit to a path here and there. There are shell jump sequence breaks, interesting. Not that we'll necessarily throw them off. Or pull them off, rather. Throw them off. Yeah. But I can definitely see where that might be the case. Potentially. Or rather, why that might be. I mean, if you're really crisp about it, you could even do one here. Oh yeah, fire flower. Let's... Whoops. Oh, well, mushroom, I guess. Yeah, no mushroom, I guess. Oh yeah, you could totally just shell this way and then jump up if you are accurate enough to do it. We no longer have a fire flower to ignite some of these ourselves, though. You know what, we can totally just grab one as well. That was almost stylish there. Oh, I guess now we have to drop our way down. Okay, let's try to keep the fire flower this time. Okay, whoop. Too much jumping around. Oh, yeah, we drop down here, whereas we normally go up through this side. Yeah, there's a whole right side here towards the boot that we're not really even trying yet. It's okay. Let's not have the shell wake up on us. Well, what shell? Just ride this. Oh. Oh, it's possible to go up here too, towards the moles, if you really want. Actually, you should, because otherwise you just get stuck here. Or, well, not quite stuck, but, you know, we have to think about lava coming up. So this actually is going to be the mole level du jour. We were really supposed to pop those from underneath just to reduce the stack. Or even go up from underneath. But now we know that. However, if you just go straight up the right side, that means you won't hit the on-off switch. Way over. By the looks of it. Which could affect some of the pathing as well. As I would expect. Oops. Funny that there's a mandatory slide in here. Really? Oh. Oh, nope. And thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully the notifications are actually working properly. They look like they are. But I did change some things around recently, as I was saying. Since we were laying everything out for 1080p. Gave the whole stream a big performance bump from what we had before. You're saying that it's an oversight. Were you talking about the mandatory slide or some other element we were talking about? Oh, we could totally jump. Well, never mind. You know what? Oh, the platform's coming back, though. We can just take it this way. Oh, we don't get wrenched everywhere. That's a lot of wrenches. That's okay. We made it. We didn't hit the on-off switch down there, which, again, will affect this path here. But wait, you can also just kick this if you want. Do we want to? I guess we don't have anything to stand on here. So that looks somewhat required. Whoops. Oh, look, it's Boom Boom, and we just got dunked all the way down. Yeah, you're supposed to take a slow lift down, I suppose, and then after Boom Boom, we'll see what happens. I didn't get a good look at the on-off switch placement down there and see what was going on. And yeah, Simon, I unfortunately have closed off queue for today because I can't stay that long, but thank you for following, and I do try to run viewer levels fairly regularly at this time. We hadn't in recent weeks, but we are trying to get back into it. So thanks for dropping the code regardless. I am just not expecting to get to it today, and welcome as well, James Nuttall. But yeah, for those not up to the lore of the channel, not up on it rather, one thing that Mail64 likes to comment on sometimes is that we've had some streaks of several weeks in a row where the sticking points that made everybody wait for an eternity in queue was some level involving moles, and it was a different one every week, and we just had a long stretch there for a while where it was some kind of mole mechanic every time. And despite that, I actually still think that Monty Moles are, if you include Rocky Wrenches as well, one of my favorite elements in the entire Mario Maker palette, because they're just incredibly flexible from a design perspective. They're some of the most versatile elements you can use as a maker. Oops. Why didn't we just use the Fire Flower to nuke some of these? Oh well, too late now. And oh. On-off status is fixed for the level or multiplayer can be borked. Oh, as in having a consistent on-off state for each room. And anyway, let's kick this. We know Boom Boom's coming. Oh, okay, and then we need to hit the P switch to get out of here. But if we get Boom Boom first, I wonder if we get a key. I bet we do. Well, we have to have the key. We can't actually clear without it. And luckily we have some helmet spawns in case we want to bump Boom Boom around instead of actually bopping him. Speaking of helmet spawns, let's not lose the P-switch though. It looks losable. It looks very, very losable, which concerns me slightly. Looks very much like the P-switch can just disappear on you. Unless you have it land on something that's under the red power block, and then you can do a P-jump out of it to salvage it. But it looked very much like if you dropped a donut block where the P was sitting. Well, no, there's a blaster that spawns more. Okay. Let's see it. Oh, I was going to see if we could do the usual thing where we jump up towards Divine and try to recatch. No, it doesn't quite catch in this column. Yeah, it doesn't position you quite well enough. You can kind of do it with things like up throws, but not so well when it's just on the same column. Let's not play with it. You would be blocked off here anyway. You couldn't quite do it. I mean, you could do the thing where you toss and recatch, but with a forward throw, it's really not that feasible sometimes. Okay. Oh, mind your head. Without a boot, we can't go through there, but with the boot, you can. Notice that. It is actually possible to have Kuribo's shoe make the way. Which way are you going to go? That way. Well, we should have figured. Anyway, we'll wait here. And yeah, Simon, even though I can't get to your level straight away today, thanks for dropping the code, and there are other people here who are very serious about Mario Maker who may be able to help you out without video. The makers who come to this stream do play each other's content quite a bit. As I can see, whenever they snipe a lot of the first clears and record times well ahead of me while I'm playing on stream. Which I honestly don't mind because we play slowly for playtesting purposes. But yeah, this is a pretty playtesting oriented community as far as Mario Maker goes, so. You know, I bet we can do it. Just go for it. We can get to 30. However, without a Fire Flower, we can't get down here immediately. That would be the incentive to keep the Fire Flower from the earlier rooms where we saw it. So there is a Fire Flower route that would be worth checking at some point if we want to make our way through that. Now, here's the thing, is that when this spike ball comes down, we can't really see whether we have a safe landing down there. We can see that it's rolling on a platform. The player doesn't actually know if it's something that is a safe surface. You do when you jump down, but you're kind of taking it on faith that the spike ball isn't just rolling on spike platforms or something. Okay, that potentially gets you back up. Here, if you tap the P-switch, then something happens. So you tap more P-switches. I guess you can come out this way to the left side. Let's just hold for the moment. That also opens up. Oh yeah, we've been here. Okay. You might be able to do some things with rerouting the spike ball at precisely the right time. Yeah, you actually do need to jump up that whole sequence. That's what it is. It's a Bit of a speed check this way. And then you have a safety platform here if you hit it just in time, so nice way of setting that target. Then you're able to get through. Not through those springs, you're not. Then, yeah, the state switch allows you to go through there. That bomb looks surprisingly flexible as something that you can use. I didn't have a place in mind for it. But it looked like, for example, that if you... Well, I mean, you can just come up here, but if you bombed this way, then maybe you could have made something happen. Also, you could hot potato the bomb to the next room, which is something we didn't consider on such short notice, because you hot potato the bomb into this room, what can you do with it? Well, skewers are going to skewer. That one's going to chase you up, so we need to go around. I mean, any of these hard blocks can just be broken as a shortcut if you are quick enough about it. A spiny projecting something up top, we have to be careful with that. Too late. Checkpoint over there, door over there, but then that requires the boot. Now we have to wait for spike balls, no doubt. And we can jump up right away if you're quick about it. We're not quick about it, so we're just going to lose that block probably on the right side. Or we can... well, fall down that way. That's okay, we're at checkpoint. We just won't get any kind of power-up progression. Not that we had much to go on. And yeah, if you had fire, you could come over here. Otherwise, you can just head up and work around. Oh, have to be careful with something like that. It gives you access to the axe. Also, that looks like a boot path of sort. Nothing up here, obviously, because it's a hard block wall. That's clear of this path. One of many, many, many possibilities. Would be interesting to see someone speed through that. But yeah, a lot of power-up sequences that we didn't really follow through, particularly the Fire Flower sequence, but all of those ice blocks, and of course anything to do with Kuribo's shoe, which is obtainable right at the beginning. Let's do it. But we'll see those on another pass. Both of the remaining makers are here, so let's pull up their codes. X, Alice play X. Or Zaliz play... no. K... H9, okay. Here we go. Bowser's Winter Adventure, your first level in Mario Maker 2, a short adventure level. Hey, thank you for submitting. Glad to have you here for your first level in Mario Maker 2 from way back in 2020. And looks like it was quite well received already at the time, so let's enjoy it. And yeah, Mill64, thank you for dropping by with all the playtesting. Looking forward to more, and good luck with everything surrounding Switch 2 acquisition. And then we'll ride it on up right away, very satisfying. And I don't know if the coins will be optional, but regardless, we'll go for them. Let's be careful with the bounces here, though. And we'll just head on up. Grab what we can. It's telling me to try to go down, but we'll grab some snowballs and... Oh, I see, because that allows you to get the other pink coin if we do that. And let's try not to get stuck under those on the twisters. I say grab those snowballs, but of course this has to be one, and It'll just be a whole lot of kicking. Oh. Don't want to predict those movements too aggressively here. And then, yeah, let's just get out. Get a power up. I said get a power up. We probably should check that pipe, but let's go for coins first. And then, I see, you need a 5th coin before you hit that. Well, you know what? Let's save it at 4 coins. Just in case, but I think everything is in the same segment before checkpoint, so we just have to redo this if we have checkpointing to deal with. That's okay. I don't know if knocking out Boom Boom would give us any additional keys, but oops. This was, of course, worth checking for the 30 coin. Fire Flower, not that this will help at all against the spike tops. They're being tossed about everywhere. And we don't have a key here. Maybe we did mean to get a key off of Boom Boom earlier, and that would have been beneficial. No, it's actually going to be off Bowser instead, because this is, after all, Bowser's Winter Adventure. Okay, this is going to be a slight power-up spam fight, but of course we do need to avoid enough damage to get the spike tops out of the way. Yeah, so a bit more interesting than just a pure, you know, camping on a power-up and spamming, because we do need to do a bit of back and forth in order to reacquire the power-up when we do take damage. And spike tops work very effectively as blocking pieces. So you actually do kind of need to get into a position where you're able to attack, whoops. Or you can just start over completely from scratch. Which is what we'll do here instead, before the spike tops come down. Oh. And the spike tops, of course, do not get popped by the icicles like we do. Yeah, I don't mind getting hit directly here so much. It's mostly a challenge to do it quickly, but just doing it by itself is not too bad because you have plenty of room to go back to the flowers. But the spike tops do like to stop right along Bowser quite a bit. I guess they had a long pattern where the spike tops were bumping into each other. Then now that they're going in the same rotation, in the same clockwise direction, then it gives you some room. But for a while, there's a bit of bumping back and forth between them that actually shields Bowser very, very well. Okay. That's what fire is for. And wait. We're missing a key. Were we supposed to kill Boom Boom then? Maybe we do, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I discovered that pretty late. But as long as we're able to backtrack, then it would be salvageable. And besides, we have fire now. We can. I see now that this is actually an igloo. I think I'd noticed that at the back of my mind earlier, but we didn't really think about that. Of course, it doesn't help against dry bones. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the backtrack is not too bad, at least, especially if you have fire, so. And, of course, it pays to get out of there before the spike tops even come down. And there we go, there's the flag. Into this frozen church, which I suppose might be some kind of connection to a future level. But there's the winter adventure. Christmas service at Bowser's. Thank you so much for the level. Zealous Play. Zealous Play X or X Zealous Play X. And we will close out with one more today from Lumino Life. Thank you so much, everybody, for waiting all the way to the end for so long, especially when it was a bit uncertain as to whether we could continue past the break. We saw this code earlier because I noted that it ended with RPG when I misentered it in place of a different level, but let's go back to take a look again at Meowser Maze. A puzzle labyrinth that only the best can conquer. So this is a sub 0.1. We will see what we can do. Hope the Meowsers play nice. Yeah, they can have some positioning that is difficult to control. I do know that from experience on the Maker side. Okay, anyway, the jump up here, there's an on-off switch down there, which will have some back and forth here and there. What does this do? Bridge, okay, but we don't have much to go on over there. On-off switch would, of course, turn off some of these like blocks down below. And then seems like a potential wall jump column on the left side if we are able to get it, but it's a bit of a tight fit there, so maybe not. And of course, having the on-off state in its current state allows you to go through the red pipe if necessary. But then that would just drop you through, so you would need some kind of state switch at a later point, perhaps. We'll figure it out. Well, we might as well tap this and then see what we can do, so we can see what the door connections are. This allows you to go through. And we'll see where this goes. Well, that'll load back in at a later point if we need it. Let's see, anything down here? Nope. So far, no place to get a key either, though. I'm just going to see if there's a way for us to proceed here that isn't just wall jumping over here. We'll take a look at that. I think we'd better wall jump back. But if you have this in the on state, then it blocks you off. So no, we would have to get out of here some other way. Just let this... Oh, you know what? No, you'd have to go around and... Well, no, you can't actually go around quickly enough to get the wall jump there, I think. Oh, yes, you can. You could probably wall jump through the snake block. I think it gives you enough time. But we'll have to try it. While not getting hit by too many things. Let's drop down quickly before this turns off. And then, yeah, there's blue over there. This also bounces if you have the current on-off state. This gives you a key. Now, we do know where a key door is located previously, so that is actually going to be progress as long as we don't get hit by all of the Meowsers that are hopping this way and that. So we do have a progression path after a fashion. We go immediately to on-off here. And then we'd go wall jump past this point. So we're discovering some semblance of a work route. As long as we don't get sniped. I see on one side of the key door passage there is an off switch as well. So down we go. Oh, close call. So what if we follow this down? Does it give you some kind of convenient passage? Whoa. That was... Oh, yes, it does. And we have to be quick about that opportunity. This looks very much like a main route after a fashion. Then we would just go back through here, right? We've done that before, so what is different this time? We need to figure that out. Because we've been through this area. Right, because we know that we need to get in here somehow with the blue state on. And that should be the objective. To figure out how to do that. Because we have blue instead. I mean, we saw the other on-off switch when we locked a path to it. We just... Actually, you don't even need this to enter this door once it's been unlocked, because as long as you stand on the half tile here, you can enter this door. If that's the case, let's just turn things off. Also, it's like, well, no, if you walk downstairs, you just get stuck, so let's just continue this way instead. And it looks like we have not tried this route. Or another additional key, which we haven't figured out how to plug in just yet. We'll keep that one in mind. Now if you enter in the off state here, well then you're basically just taking the same kind of passage as before, except with an additional key this time. And I do see where the additional key is. But you would need to move the... Well, that looks like it's exit only, actually, because of the snake block placement. There is a lower passage for when you have a different on-off state. We didn't get to see it. We'll have to scout there on the next playthrough, I think, just to see if we can determine what that is when it's set to on. Let's just take a look. I just want to go ahead and determine what exists here. That's where the other key door is. Okay, that's important because it means now that we have actually routed everything to get to that door, because we have gotten to that exact state with the key before. So we know how to do it. So let's go down this way first. We've actually figured out quite a bit. Making good progress, you're saying? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty clear what's available to you once you've had a chance to look at it. It's just that you need to not get sniped too much along the way. We do want to finish, or rather we do want to follow the snake block all the way over in order to get through the clear pipe that returns you to the left side, which we know. Just a lot of dodging in the meantime. And as long as we just kind of speed through some of this before the Meowsers get in position, we should be okay. Oh. And through we go. Let's do this just in case, even though we know we don't necessarily need it. So we just pull down towards this door gracefully. Actually, we need the other key, so we don't... Yeah, we actually needed to keep the off states, so we'll have to loop around and do this again. But then that's just a matter of going through that door that we saw. Whoops. Decided on it too late. We need to go down quickly, so we could just go down to the door that we had previously unlocked. It's better, of course, we just keep the off state the first time. So we had most of that sequence down. Now, of course, we don't know if there's going to be something in the subworld for checkpoint 2. No. Oh, I did this too late. Hang on. we'll jump up. So yeah, we've mapped out an intended sequence. I just need to follow it. Really shouldn't be too tricky. Okay. Nope.
Oh no!
Kind of obstructed there. Okay. But we have an intended path. And we'll try to demonstrate it cleanly. Whoa, that was risky. No room to move. Unfortunately, Meowser RNG can create some slightly unreliable traps. Let's head down and go. Okay, we just need to let him do his business here, unfortunately. Oh, that's okay, we can still make it over. It would be nice if he didn't go that way, but that's okay. Now remember, we can continue through this door on future loops. Because we want the off state in order to go top left first. If this Meowser would like to kindly get out of our way, that would be nice. Come on, give us a jump. That's a bad position to be trapped in. It's okay. If we're lucky, he'll just jump out. Instead of giving us a close approach like this. Come on, jump out. Get out of here. I don't think he... Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll wrap around again and take the locked... well, no, we can't do that. But down here, we have to take off state and we have to go through the first door that we unlocked in order to get back to this state that we want. Let's not get pinched. Let's just let it drop. We have to commit to some of the moves sometimes. Let's make the safety platform just in case. Don't want to take too many risks. And then, after that, with the on state, we're able to proceed to the right, which then allows me to totally get trapped when we're trying to go into bottom right, which would then give me the platform that proceeds up to the key door. The key door gives me another on-off switch after that. Okay. And we'll basically just do it until the Bowser RNG lines up conveniently. Which will not always be the case. Again, we don't actually need to take this platform instantly. We can get over safely. We'll just stall. From this point... Oh, let's not get trapped here. Okay, off state so we can go to the top left. Get out. If you please, and then... Oh, same problem as before. That's okay, as long as the approach here isn't too close, then we're okay. We loop back around to the key door and toggle again. Let's just drop through smoothly. We're actually... Okay, I was about to say not within Meowser's spawn at that position, but no, we absolutely were. We did have to deal with them. Okay, now hopefully we don't get trapped and we don't overshoot into the fire here. Yeah. Key door followed by on-off switch over here. Now, do we want the on switch over here? That's the thing. Oh, yeah, actually, no, I see. We want off state going into the pipe, so we want the ability to have the off state. No. I was trying to reset into that room to reset the snake block. I forgot that that's the bottomless pit. But no, we want the off state because the reason we want it is that we need a way to enter that pipe in the off state. That's how we exit. I wasn't sure it would give it to me, actually, given the placement of the red blocks. I didn't quite see what the overlap would be. Oh, no, hang on, we missed it. But yeah, the ultimate objective is to get into that pipe in an off state, which would require some kind of snake block usage. Whoops.
Oh no!
Possibly when the snake blocks are dropping out towards that position, in fact, because then their placement in the pallet doesn't need to overlap with the blocks. They can still get you to the blocks. We just need to find the correct path. We haven't quite scouted everything we need to know yet, and unfortunately that overlap didn't quite work out. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, positionally that worked out pretty well that time. So yeah, we want something that drops in here. And then off state to take the top left corner. Hopefully we don't get trapped by him climbing. Oh, no. Oh,
Oh no!
what a snipe. Jumping up right in front of me when I was trying to get out. Yeah, I think the degree of Meowser RNG does kind of extend the number of attempts you have to put in ways that are maybe not entirely in the player's control, but we will hopefully get the route that we want. Well, let's just drop this down and... Yeah, we don't know exactly how the snake block after the second key door is going to lead to getting into that red pipe in the off state, but we do know that that's what we're trying to do. We do know that that will be the objective. So we should keep our eyes out for exactly that as the interaction we're looking for. No, we want off. And we want to get over to the key. Which is quite clearly visible from this position, at least. And then we can, this time, skip over the usual really long Meowser sequence and once again drop down to the key door to loop for the next state switch toggle. And then getting into that bottom right corner is going to be the tricky bit after that, because that could take some work. And it's a long way back to get there if you should happen to fail at this moment. Oh, no. Just jumped up into that spike. That was unfortunate. That placement there it can feel a little bit claustrophobic, I guess. Because if you're getting through that at all, you know that you're going to be in the on state, and you know that red spike is going to hang over your head. It's pretty much enforced as soon as you cross that gate, so...
Oh no!
You know what I think would have helped with a second key door, so you don't just drop into the abyss if you try to reset through that door, is actually a blaster block, like a blaster placed over the door that usually drops out of sight before the player ever even sees it, but which would prevent a door re-entry from just dropping the player into nothingness. That seems like it would be a pretty easy fix for this key door down here. You just spawn it with the blaster on top.
Oh no!
Because certainly when I see the blue snake block after that, if I expend it accidentally, then the first thing I'm looking to do is just reset at the nearest door, right? And it's very easy to forget that that's not going to give you a safe reset. Yeah. No. Totally sniped. Not a chance. Okay. This was a bit of a rough position visually, but it actually wasn't too bad in terms of whether we were actually being obstructed. Okay, let's not get crushed by the snake block down below. That would have been a terrible way to go. Go for that key. Pretty much right away. Oh. Probably should have let Bowser jump out of here first. Okay, jump out. And then... Nope. Thought I could escape, but... yeah, okay, so the suggestion is for the second key door, where I tried to reset into that door because I forgot that it was over a bottomless pit, and I just dropped into the abyss. There's a very simple kind of quality of life fix for that, which is... I'll see if I can show you if I can get to that position. Let's get over here first. So this door right here, which is covered by the pause menu right now, this door that's right below me here, if you place something like a bullet bill blaster right on top of it, normally by the time the player even scrolls to that position, it will have dropped out of sight into the pit below. But what it would do is that if the player accidentally reverses through the other side of that door, which is by that last on-off switch, or if they deliberately do it because they're trying to reset, like I did, then the blaster would be in that position and it would kind of prevent them from going back through that door, and it would give them that reset without the player just dying. So the player doesn't fall into the pit. What happens is the blaster that is stacked on top of the door acts as a kind of one-sided locking mechanism that would normally just be invisible to the player when you're approaching the door from this side.
Oh no!
So yeah, in the future, if you have situations like that, that's a good thing to look out for, because especially with things like snake blocks that are usable once and then have to be respawned, people are going to try to reset through doors, for sure. Certainly, in my experience, that's absolutely how people play puzzles in particular, where they have a piece they know they need to use, like the snake block. So yeah, even if you're done with tweaking this level, it would still be something useful to know for future creations that follow this kind of format. And obviously, in the other game styles, people have a bit more flexibility with blocking pieces as well. Sometimes you see blocks on tracks and the like, in the styles that have tracks. But purely as kind of one-sided door blocking pieces.
Oh no!
Just to take it easy on players who will double back through door entries. Okay. Hopefully nobody jumps me right in this position. That was actually more generous than usual. Well, until this guy showed up. And this guy. Okay, let's not get crushed. And let's dart over to this side. Top left. Should have let him jump first so we don't get trapped here. Because, yeah, he's absolutely going to try to get into this position. Oh, we're so dead. Nope. He's actually too close to the side, so we're fine. So yeah, we've known the intended route for a while here. We just haven't been able to survive Meowser on the way to it. But I've had a sequence mapped out for many, many attempts now. Oh, no. I just overshot completely. I was a little bit thrown off by the Meowser spinning on top of me. But yeah, that's the route we're taking. And at this point we know what to do, it's just we have to succeed without getting toasted on every side. Because this position here is always a bit of a Bowser spawning risk. You see? Whoa. And then we're so trapped. We're so trapped. Get out of here, you two. You three. Wow.
Oh no!
Okay. Yeah, I was all just bang our head against the route. And again, the one kind of question mark to what we worked out so far is where the final snake block goes and how does it get you into this pipe. That is what we need to see. No. No place to run. And of course I don't even know there's a second section. So. Oh. We'll try our best to finish it. There's a gigantic second section after this, though, that similarly requires waiting on a lot of Bowser RNG. I don't know if I'll necessarily finish it today, but we'll map out what we can.
Oh no!
Because we're basically just waiting for Meowser to give us an opening here without slipping off blocks at the last minute. Or any similar mistake. Whoa. Yeah, you see? Whoa, we're so trapped. Okay. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, you don't want to hang around that position for so long because you'll get boxed in. For sure. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, let's try to finally demonstrate a route. If we're allowed to. Yeah, this place here is such a trap. Nope. No way, we were just completely walled off. Like if you're in that passage and there's fire coming towards you, you don't really have an out. Not a very convenient one anyway. Okay. Oh, missed it. Yeah, the opportunity was closed to us, unfortunately, from everything that happened. Okay, as long as you kind of get out of that box quickly without being fired upon too much, then it's a little gentler. Oh, no, we missed it. Well, we need to go back and spawn it again then.
Oh no!
Okay. Of course, even once we enter the room with the drop into the pipes in the subworld, I think there's a choice between a left and a right pipe there that we haven't worked out yet. But I didn't look at that carefully. Okay. A bit hard to see that time, but we managed to get it. Okay. In we go, and then towards the second key. Is he going to jump me here? Yes, he is. As long as it doesn't do the full spread. Look at that.
Oh no!
I mean, what do you do about that, right? Like if Meowser just decides to camp you there. Okay. There we go. You never seen him camp like that before? Yeah, the thing about Meowser is that each Meowser configuration, like whether you choose a big or small Meowser, has a particular box that is an allowable spawning box. And so if you don't want him to spawn directly on this box and camp, then you have to restrict the space a little bit by, you know, even having some object or corner that's kind of in the way, because Meowser needs a clear box that is quite large in order to act as a valid choice for a landing zone. Otherwise, he tries to scrape his way up and drops off. My very first weekend with Maker 2 back in 2019, I spent on a kind of Meowser-related level or boss fight where I spent some time trying to figure that out, just to see if I could get the... Oh, we don't want to come here. Spawning rules under control. We're not trying to come here. We're trying to...
Oh no!
I lost track of what we were doing. Yeah, no, because I got the second key, I just totally forgot that the route is to double back to the bottom right corner in the correct on-off state.
Oh no!
Yeah, but if Meowser actually has room to camp you, that's absolutely a possibility. And that's the problem with making Meowser levels, is that sometimes, you know, you can playtest it yourself when you're making the level 100 times, and you will still not see all of the interactions that could potentially happen to the player. It's very hard to playtest, unless you have a very exact knowledge of where the allowable spaces for Meowser are going to be. Because there are just so many behaviors that are possible, you know, where sometimes behaviors happen where you just don't have a way to replicate them yourself if you see something that looks like a bug or an unintended behavior. It's very difficult to try to duplicate that position again to diagnose what the problem really was. Okay, let's go through here and then change the on-off state once we drop to the door, and then we'll continue to the bottom right. But this time we don't accidentally deviate from the plan. Now that we're in the on-off state set to on, we'll try to drop into this position here. Finally, we're going to get to the key door after so many attempts. Now, we cannot reverse through this key door. We have to remember that. That's the one that I said would be best to block by the blaster. Now, we need to try to get into this pipe using that snake block. I don't know where the snake block is going. Maybe it's going all the way back over to the original side? I'm not sure. Huh. That's curious then, because we have access to this on-off switch and we switch to off. I thought the idea is that we have to enter this pipe with the other state.
Oh no!
But maybe if we don't have a good way to do that, then that's not going to be it. Let's take a look at that room again just to be clear about what we're doing. We have to be in the on state. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, we might not be able to finish at this setting, just so you know, but we will try our best to explore what we can. Because, okay, so we've got all the way up to the step where we hit that on-off switch after having obtained 2 keys. And we know this can be entered. And we know that this segment here is kind of asking you to have a state switch that happens before you enter one of these pipes. Because when you exit out this way. So what I was looking for with that snake block was a way to get into that pipe in the off state. And we didn't see how that would happen. Because we've been back there a few times at this point. Maybe it's a different snake block that needs to give that to you that we didn't see. Or it's something to do with the snake block drop where we need to stand on top of the drop. If we're standing on top of the drop, we would need to maybe really follow that snake block up and see where it goes.
Oh no!
Well, we'll see. It's just that, yeah, it takes quite a few attempts to even just get the execution down to get back to where we were, so it'd be a little bit tricky to explore this properly. We also never saw what was in the side up here, actually. Nothing. Worth checking. And this side up here, but... Also, we never entered this pipe, potentially. I don't know if that would be anything. It doesn't look like it. It actually looks like that might be a trick exit from one of the 2 red pipes in the subworld. There's like one of those 2 is a trick exit that spits you out. try to make at least one more fairly deep attempt where we'll try to get that second key door open. But more than that, I don't know how much more we can actually explore. Because if that idea isn't quite working out yet, then... Oh, you know what it is. If you have the on-off state, you don't enter that pipe. You enter a different pipe. You enter a different red pipe, and the reason why is because that would allow you to just run across directly. So maybe you do enter this one. But you would maybe need to follow the other snake block up to this point if it goes far enough. And I can see it potentially going far enough because there is enough space on the pallet that does not overlap the path of the existing snake block. So I think we actually exit out of that pipe. And then that's going to give you a connecting points over to the other red pipe on the other side of the blue block bridge that we're going to create. So this red pipe that we pass here is mostly just for scouting purposes to let you know what the layout is going to be, but we want to exit out of this one. Hey, look, it killed me, Ezra. Great. And it killed me. But the snake block squish actually got him out of the way until, of course, we go through the door. So, one moment. Okay, here we go. Yeah, because that's the only red pipe I can see that's unaccounted for in the layout that we've explored so far in the main world. And it makes sense that that would be one of the horizontal pipes that's in the middle section of the vertical drop. But we would need to survive over there first with probably the snake block after a second key door. I would like to try to do that at least once, but again, it takes so many attempts to actually make that sequence happen, and then we need to survive the next snake block passage up, that it might take a while to do this. But I feel pretty confident that that's going to be the route when we see it through to the end. Oh, didn't get out there. Oh. But yeah, I've had the intended path for a while. If there is some kind of checkpoint and second half, though, we're not likely to do it. That's okay. Sometimes we just need to figure things out over multiple sessions, and it's absolutely normal. And yeah, in the event that I don't finish it, you're welcome to resubmit it in a later week. Because sometimes we just need to grind out the attempts and give it enough attention to make it all the way through. Come on, get out of here. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, now is he going to crowd me in? Yes, but he's going to miss. And then we'll get around and drop once again. Switch the on-off state, and then we go to the bottom right for the key. Okay, bottom right is the next destination. Wow, close one. Now we toggle the switch, and then we try to follow the snake block over. Is it going to give me this passage? I think it will. Oh, good. It got squished. That's a terrible position to be in, but that's okay. We'll exit here. And then, well, we'll have to deal with this one now. If he'd kindly like to get out of here so I can... Okay. Almost ran right into him, actually, but he spun out just in time. And then we'll try not to die to this one. And that's the clear. Close one. But we got it. Yeah, it was fun to map that out. I think that just because of all the Meowser RNG and positioning that can happen, it's one of those things where solving the maze feels much, much, much easier than actually executing your paths through it. So sometimes from a puzzle solving perspective, that can feel a little bit imbalanced. I mean, it's okay to have some execution challenge to get it done and keep the player on their toes. But I think sometimes, if you feel like you've already solved a route, you don't want to feel like you're just banging your head against the execution for ages and ages, which was kind of the case here. But once we saw that the final snake block and final pipe were what we wanted, it thankfully didn't take too long to create that route properly and get away to the end. So thank you so much for sending us that. And yeah, I see this is from way back in 2022, so I don't expect you're tweaking it or anything, but a lot of things you can take away from it for future levels, I suppose. But thank you so much for submitting it and for closing out our stream today. So that's all we have time for today, and like I said, we will try to be back somewhat regularly between now and the launch of the Switch 2. After Switch 2, we might dial back Maker a little bit again just to see some other new and exciting content, but we'll try to at least have a bit more of a regular pattern of viewer levels in particular over the next few weeks after having abandoned them for several months. So thank you to everybody who submitted. We had a pretty good record of clearing everything today, I think. And it was fun to see all of that come back. Oh, also, of course, if anybody missed it, VODs have recently moved from Twitch to our new YouTube presence. I have a few older videos to re-upload there just because of some fixes from muted audio finally getting unmuted, but other than that, we're going to see complete records of the viewer level streams and other maker streams and so on go up there usually within a day. So not as instantly as it used to be due to some processing time in between, but everything will be there, and we're still improving the organization as we go for your viewing pleasure. So older VODs of viewer levels you may have submitted to me in the past should be more easily accessible than ever as well, because we have our streams there going all the way back to the beginning, basically. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll find somewhere to drop a very modest rate, I think. And until we see you at our next destination, as always, have fun with everything you may be playing or watching or making. And as usual, fare thee well.